And we're live. Hello and welcome to the 63rd week of Hex Therapy Live. I'm your host, Maddie ALLin. And if you're like me and you've become a millionaire from Hex, then you're going to have issues. That's what we deal with in Hex Therapy. And if you're somebody who's still wanting to build a fortune in crypto and wanting to understand yourself better, now's the time to put in the work emotionally, mentally. Getting your mental health right is so important, whether you've gotten those mad crypto gains yet or not. And so that's what we talk about on this channel. This is not medical advice. It's not therapy advice. It's not financial advice, but I think it's helped a lot of people. And so that's why I'm here doing it. So with that being said, I'm going to play the intro and then we'll get started. Welcome.
It's from Maddie ALLin of HexTherapy.live. I like Maddie. Maddie tries to make the world a healthier place. He's a mental health professional. He's done research. There's nothing that a human being could do better than try and heal his fellow man.
So I've got a little bit of a new layout here. I'm going to keep working on my brand. I know people were really impressed with the last few minutes of the Quant Gang episode from this last week. And you can tell I enjoy doing graphic design. So I'll keep playing around with it until it looks just right. But for now, we're going to keep upgrading the channel because we're bringing so many new people in and because people are attracted to shiny things, things that look good. I can't tell you how many times people have talked to me on like Twitter Spaces. Before that was really big, I used to go into a lot of Bitcoin rooms and they would, people would give me the mic just because they thought the hex gradient is so cool, that the colors pop so well. And so we love all aspects of the psychology of hex. And, that's part of the game theory that we're covering here is when Richard Hart created Hex, just like when Satoshi created Bitcoin, it made a lot of people rich. And those people, especially in Hex, are going to be incentivized to go out there and create more marketing opportunities. We saw just this week that there is a group of people in Hex, 200 individuals, in fact, who pooled their money together to sponsor a NASCAR for the Daytona 500 coming up on February 20th. And so people have asked me to get the DeLorean out and go play with everybody, maybe onboard a bunch of people that way. I know every time I'm in a crowd of people with the DeLorean, everybody's attracted to it. Everybody wants to take a picture with it. And I think that would be no different for the NASCAR group, probably even more DeLorean fans out there. And so, I'm going to do my best to make that happen and get down to Florida for the Daytona 500 coming up here. There's going to be a Hex car involved. Let me go ahead and bring up the title, even though this stream is going to be about confirmation bias. And I'm going to touch on that before I go on too many different rants. I just really want to show off what the community is doing here because it's going to relate to how we all understand the psychology of Hex and the psychology of the community. I'm looking here on Twitter. Fully Croissant is the one who's been doing the mock-ups for it. And wow. Oh, this is so cool. There's an update from 4 hours ago that I didn't even see. Let me share this. There we go. So shout out to Motley the investor and Agape Hex for organizing and everybody who contributed to bring Hex to Daytona. I'm like looking the wrong way. Can't wait to see the final design and all the great ideas. And so you can see there's a cover that's been made over the design because we don't know exactly what it's going to be. But these were just mock-ups, I think, for marketing purposes to help people be able to see what everybody's contributing towards. So again, this is a community-driven event, which is what makes it so newsworthy. And there are going to be so many examples that we see of this where Hex starts to punch through into the mainstream without overpaying for advertising, without making middlemen rich necessarily, like Facebook and Google, that think that they can own the world by capturing everybody's attention and then selling it to the highest bidder, who's going to go get wrecked, right? Richard, if you go back and listen to his early streams, which I recommend that everybody do, Richard said that he wanted to make new whales. And he did interviews with all the old whales in Bitcoin, and they didn't believe him. They called him a scammer, but that's part of the confirmation bias that they had, was because they already held a certain coin, Bitcoin, and many of them even refused to get their free copy of Hex back when there was a free claim. So at the end of the day, I think our ability to grow organically serves us even better. Instead of onboarding only billionaires have been repelled from Hex, which created more opportunity for the next group of people. And there are thousands, probably 2,000 to 3,000 in my estimation, people who have become millionaires in Hex and who are earning super high APY and being really smart with their money because they're long-term thinkers, because Hex has attracted the greatest minds in Bitcoin, the greatest hodlers of last resort, all except Trace Mayer. RIP to his like online presence, but he had some good points about holding. Everybody in Bitcoin had good points about holding, but Richard was the only one who monetized it, who created the base layer of a crypto that was able to monetize the only thing that matters, which is buying and not selling. The only thing that matters, incentivizing the right behavior, which is long-term holding. All the other crypto communities, and I'm going to tie this back in a lot of different ways. A lot of crypto communities, their influencers have a major conflict of interest. And that's another, not necessarily bias in the traditional sense of labeling things in psychology, but at the same time, a conflict of interest, that's a major thing to be able to understand. And it's not properly disclosed on YouTube, which is why it's such a joke when people say, do your own research, because the places where people go to do research, because you can go on YouTube and you can learn how to install a floor, you think in how to fix a car and stuff, you think that when you go to look at cryptocurrency, it's going to be, the same thing where it just teaches you how to do the thing. But in fact, there's a lot of information out there that is trying to take advantage of people in one way or another. I made a prediction a year or two ago that in the future, scams will continue to evolve to the point where they become indistinguishable from, like other forms of business, right? But that doesn't mean that you won't still be able to see something that has so much signal to noise like Hex. And, maybe I'm going to disagree with myself a little bit there, just because there is still a lot of noise in the system. But within the Hex system, people have signed up for something that is programmed to go up in value and create these types of marketing events to create this organic growth, right? Most people don't realize how wrecked every small business in the world is because of every different type of disadvantage. One of which is that you have to pay for advertising, and that advertisers like Facebook and Google, they take advantage of people. They will show your ads if you pay them, and if they even let you, advertise your product. They've banned crypto for a long time, but let it come through here and there. If we look back on 2017 to now, there's been lots of different policies amongst advertisers, but at the end of the day, they're gatekeepers, they're middlemen, they control people's attention. And so it's things like this, the NASCAR moment here for Hex, that it's going to draw attention naturally. And that's something people aren't used to, so a lot of people, they might not see it coming. And a lot of people in Hex might take it for granted and just be like, oh, doesn't every cryptocurrency community like organize themselves in order to get the word out? Well, yes. However, in Hex, I would argue that it's kind of, in some cases, less of a conflict of interest. And it's still going to be a complicated matter of determining whether your broadcaster is working in your best interest or not. But even with like the fiduciary rule, even people who are licensed to provide financial advice aren't necessarily required by law anymore to do things in your best interest. So in a world where everybody is trying to sell something to you, the participation in Hex, it balances itself out, because if I take money out of my mad gains to pump my own bags, I'm kind of putting myself in a disadvantage in some sense, because the more people who get into Hex, even though it pushes up the price, it pushes up the share rate. And so some people would say, oh, I'd rather wait around and let somebody else, get the word out, but at the end of the day, there's a whole lot of gratitude that goes along with being able to buy your freedom. And in a lot of cases, Hex has changed people's lives. And so they're more willing to create a common good. They're more likely to go out and to donate to something like the NASCAR event. So for me, my contribution is I'm spending all my time planning the Hex Conference, and we're going to do an in-person version with 600 people. It'll be the largest meetup in Hex history, and that's going to be happening here on March 6th through 9th. There are only so many tickets left, and so you can get those now if they're still available. You can go to HexTicket.com or HexConference.com and click through the schedule. But we're still finalizing all of the details for that event, but we know it's going to be held at the conference center there in the Excalibur. And so it's like when Richard was arguing with a hedge fund manager, like putting his knowledge of everything to shame on Cabana Crypto's show. And Richard famously said, I'm streaming from a castle, you're streaming from a Toyota. And so I thought it would only be appropriate for all the Hexicans that are going to be involved in the Hex Conference this year. It'd be fun to do the event at the Excalibur, which is a castle. So, when we're streaming with Richard and having him come through on the big screen there at the conference, we're gonna be able to both say we're streaming from castles. So, hey, there you go. But you can, I'm doing that not for profit. The entire thing is barely going to pay for itself, but I think we're going to have an amazing value, considering that the first 500 tickets are sold for only $369 for, you're going to get 4 full days of conference from 9 to 5. And so that's really awesome. The Excalibur is an inexpensive place to stay as far as the strip goes. And then there are, of course, other venues that you can go to and pay more if you want to stay at the Bellagio or something. But then you kind of have to figure out transportation and stuff. So people will stay where they're going to stay. Most people don't go to Vegas for the rooms. They go for everything that you do when you're, there to explore. So in our case, we're going to be having so many awesome speeches in person. Everybody's pumped about it. All the 80 or 100 YouTube channels that participated in the online Hex Conference here are going to be eligible to present and like have really cool stuff to show off. So I'm really excited about it. And I heard Hexologist say again today that he thinks Ski Cat is going to do the biggest giveaway of all time in Hex history of $100,000 worth of Hex at the event. And you have to go and you have to be one of the 600 people who got a ticket. Even if you're speaking, you need to get a ticket because the event has to pay for itself. And then you'll be eligible if you're wearing Hex gear and you're in the crowd to win Ski Cat's $100,000 Hex giveaway. So yeah, that's the update there. I'm really excited. But again, it's an example of I'm donating all my time. I'm not taking any profit. I'm losing a lot of what is considered the most valuable thing for me is time now that I'm a multimillionaire in Hex. And I'm happy to donate that because it's a good cause, because I want to pay it forward. But a lot of the other people who are streaming on YouTube channels, like they are having referral links to try to make money. They're turning on ads. They're doing all these things. When we really think about what are the different biases that people are experiencing here in Hex, we'll get into all that. But I just wanted to make the point about the entire crypto space being not a very good place to go for education. And, there's a whole lot of different degrees of how much people can scam you. But at the end of the day, maybe it's a myth that we all have to squeeze each other as hard as possible in order to make a profit, in order to make the world efficient. I think the world is, still doing a really good job of efficiency, even when people are donating their time or being motivated by more than just money. And, probably 99% or more of the people in the world, even probably the majority of millionaires, they are tied to their job and they can't get away, and they wouldn't know what to do if they could. And so if you're one of those people, or if you want to be one of those people, then maybe you're in the right place, because we're talking about sudden wealth syndrome, which is where the world seems like it would be your oyster if you suddenly became rich. But then people who actually suddenly become rich, like then they have a whole journey to adapt to their new environment, their new monetary environment. And I think, again, going back to Hex is the type of thing that is perfectly programmed to balance itself out by the people who got in early. Like, we're willing to sacrifice for the next group of people to get in because we want to pay it forward, because the founder didn't rug pull on us. So we don't want to rug pull on anybody else. Like, we're more likely to be responsible sellers, to not be telling you one thing and then dumping on your head, right? And in that sense, I think that there will be a day of reckoning, or there will be a moment, right, when people start to realize that they've been lied to, and that there's a story with a positive outcome, just around the corner. And so whether it's this NASCAR event, right, that becomes the national moment, or maybe it'll be something else. But you can bet that I'll probably be there with my DeLorean, onboarding people and just helping people to understand that sending money to your future self, although it's scary and it's something that's brand new, it is something that's so valuable, because that actually is the function of money, is to store value over time. And when you can do that, where you save yourself not only from the greedy government and central bankers, but you also save yourself from yourself. When crypto can go up, since I started the show, Hex is up 25x, 30x, something like that. So, but overall, since the beginning of Hex, it's up, for me, maybe 2000x or something. And this is probably just the beginning. But again, you can bet that the people who got in early, who laddered themselves out, like we, on average, I hope, are going to have a responsibility to give in one way or another to others. And then that actually helps us cope with our own sudden wealth syndrome, because otherwise we might start feeling like, you could feel like an imposter, that you don't deserve these, these awesome results. You could be an asshole to everybody in your family because they didn't listen to you, right? But the truth is, it's still early, so we can knock that one out. The truth is, you do, whether you deserve this or not, it's a question of what are you going to do now? And how are you going to arrange your environment so that you can have healthy relationships, so that you can, give back in ways that are meaningful and really become the best version of yourself possible. And I predict that Hexicans and people who are financially free, in a way, specifically with Hex, because it has less negative externalities. It has less like, oh, I still have to report to my shareholders or report to my boss, or like, no, you're free. Like, you're free to do what you want. And at the same time, it's in your best interest to tell more people about Hex, to educate, really, because, and I mean, Hex can go wrong, right? Like, we see people shilling projects. And again, when I went back and I looked at, this Peter McCormick interview that Richard did, this and that, Peter McCormick sneaking on Richard's show. There's lots to be said about all that. But the thing I'm thinking of at this moment is, Peter said, he was trying to put words in Richard's mouth. And he said, you think 90% of people are going to get wrecked in Hex. And of course, Richard didn't say that. He didn't think that, and Peter was intentionally confusing an issue that Richard had brought up earlier, where he was criticizing Peter for taking sponsorships from Kraken and other places that give you a worse deal than you could get. And so, like, again, that's an example of, like, where are the other Bitcoin billionaires? Oh, they're not doing live streams to educate people. Richard is, like the Hex millionaires are. And there's 2,000-3,000 of us now. And so the more that we make this a reality, right? Because a lot of us, we're 99% staked out. We're 100% staked out. And so we're all on a different timeline. But when we started, we didn't realize it could go this high, truly. And so it's really amazing. And it's an opportunity, again, to give back. So to keep going on this thread, basically, Peter McCormick, he was pointing out 90% of people could get wrecked in Hex. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think out of people who time lock their money and have the ability to wait for 1 year, I think that 90% of people are probably in profit or more. And that's something that we can learn how to analyze, maybe through QuantGang or through one of the people in the community that has access to all the data on the blockchain, who can do analysis on it. I would love to see, I know Richard brought up in the online Hex conference, he would love to see exactly what the average return is for an investor who got into Hex, or, like, out of everybody, what are the stats on that? How are people doing based on the initial amount of money that they put in? And so I think it would probably be 90%. Although we could actually look, we could see maybe it's an 80-20 rule or something. But of the people who are using Hex as intended, and there's we've got 80,000 stakers, we got 100,000 stakers, somewhere in there. Well, there were 20,000 stakers back on day 6. So, like, in some ways, we're adding people slowly, but that just gives you an example of how much higher Hex could go, how early we are. If compared to day 6, when the price was, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 X lower, we still had, only 4X less people. And so if we really look at the numbers, we know that it's hard to get people into Hex. It's hard to explain it. Pulse chain is probably going to take care of the problem, because people are going to be like, oh, wow, this is way better than Ethereum. I liked Ethereum, but I like Pulse chain better. And what else did the creator of Pulse chain make? Oh, Hex. Yeah, that gets an automatic buy now in people's minds. And so I think a lot of that job is going to be taken care of for us, which again is why we want to make every effort now to get the word out before the big whales get in, from legacy finance, from everything, because the more we can get the little guy in, I think the better. I know Richard might disagree with that and say we need to get the whales in, but for me, I'm not planning on cashing out a whole lot really soon. And so I would rather do more of a long-term play. I would rather have more people who weren't already rich. I would rather win with them rather than win with people who are already rich. And I would like to see the world be able to change, because right now the people who have all the money, it's because they figured out the rules of the game. It's because they created a system that benefits them and that benefits people being short-term thinking. Well, Hex, it's going to completely turn around, I believe, the fabric of society in the way that, it's going to change the fabric of society, because people are going to move from an instant gratification mindset to a delayed gratification mindset, and they're going to be paid to do so. Imagine if your job was to improve yourself however you see fit. That's what Hex creates. Hex creates a system that allows you to improve yourself, to magnify the things that are going well in your life, and to repair and change the things that maybe aren't. Money, it doesn't solve everything. At the same time, money, it could allow you to buy your time back, which is the most valuable thing of all. And when you can focus your whole energy on things that don't depend on don't depend on your legacy job, that can unlock a certain type of joy in life. It can improve your mental health. I think part of the reason why people are so hateful towards each other is because we came from stardust or whatever. We evolved to where we're at, and that was a messy process. Now we're at a point where it might not be a survival environment if it doesn't have to be. So being at each other's throats and hating on other people and paying attention to things that trigger you, having a bad relationship with media, with broadcasters, paying attention to whatever's most entertaining versus, what's good for you, or, that sort of thing. I mean, if you don't have all the choices, if you don't get to choose something that's healthy for you, then no wonder you're not going to make the right choice. If something better comes along, that's basically what evolution is. And so when I say society can totally change, I mean it. Living in an environment where the Fed and the legacy billionaires and all the people who rigged the game, they're very happy to continue doing what they're doing. And what they're doing is they're basically making a more productive society by using inflation as a way to, and credit, basically the credit system, creating money out of nothing in order to motivate people, but it's based on a scarcity mindset. And as technology continues to grow exponentially, it's allowed the government to do unprecedented amounts of money printing, or central bankers. I mean, whoever you want to call, the people who are calling the shots, that's a whole side conversation. But at the end of the day, it really matters what the game theory of, geopolitics is. It matters what the game theory of the economy is. And it's true that you get a more productive society if people are in survival mode up into a certain point, and then you could actually have way more mad gains once you have machines and technology taking care of so much stuff, and then you're not taking all that wealth and you're only giving it to people who suck at allocating those resources. Pick any billionaire in the world, and they are not very good at capital allocation compared to the amount of influence and money that they have. The amount of power that they have does not match how good they are at using it. And that's the whole reason why we need to step back into more of a decentralized situation. But look, that's going to come with headaches and risks unto itself, right? Take the Hex community, for example. Like, people are still going to want to hear the drama. They're going to want to, pick their favorite streamers. And, I think as streamers, we have a responsibility to encourage each other and that sort of thing. But there will be some situations where people are talking shit on each other, are creating drama. They're getting their egos hurt, this and that, and the internet, it's a vicious place to live. Streaming, it's not an easy job. And in an entire group of people that are doing it as a public service, without a separate agenda other than pump my own bags, that's cool. But also I'm sacrificing and I'm trying to give back. And I'm finding that to be a meaningful thing. There are going to be alliances created. Like there's going to be some backdoor shit. Like, look how Bitcoin went wrong, right? Like they buddied up to legacy finance. They didn't have the technology of Uniswap, which is, it's a smart contract that creates a decentralized exchange. So, in order to get fiat on board, on ramping and centralized exchanges to exist in the first place, they had to get money licenses. All the Bitcoin billionaires that created exchanges like, Kraken and all the other ones, right? Coinbase, Brian Armstrong, Arthur Hayes, like the whole lot of them were operating and, they were trying out different things. And it was selection of not the fittest, it was selection of, the people, it was survival of the people who ended up compromising the most to governments who could still kick down a door and call the shots and make sure everybody was KYC'd and try to turn crypto into something that's more about tracking and limiting freedom, all while selling people on the idea that it's increasing their freedom. Well, who's responsible at the end of the day for making sure people's coins aren't on centralized exchanges? I wish that it would be the Bitcoin billionaires who could have affected that. But at the end of the day, there was still something inside of them that made them corrupt, that caused them to do the wrong thing, to prefer getting paid from people trading back and forth, creating fees. They lost sight of, or they still think that they're right. That's another thing that I really wanted to get to is right? Billionaires thinking that they're right. People, even in the Hex community, people who are in any crypto community who have become millionaires, that's a pretty huge shock to the reward system, right? Like in your psychology, in your nervous system, like when you find out you don't have to work another day in your life, perhaps, or when the odds of you having to work go from 100% to 10% or something like that, then all of a sudden, that's a shock to your system, and it's going to reward whatever behavior you were doing at the time. So a lot of people, you might be tuning in now because, you enjoy watching live streams about Hex. Well, me too. And I can tell you that I was conditioned to do that. It was I invested in Hex. How did I hear about it? From Richard Hart's YouTube. And so guess what? I don't miss a Richard Hart stream ever. The majority of the time I watch it live, I contribute in the comments, I, retweet it, get the word out. And, so there's a lot of ways that we can participate, but it's also important to remember that we can incentivize bad behaviors too, by accident, by coincidence, by chance, right? So somebody could have taken out a huge loan in order to buy Hex, and at the time, it could have ended badly for them, right? I didn't do that, but there, when we look at like what are the behaviors that people are doing, if you take out leverage and then all of a sudden you're, well, not even leverage per se, but if you're, taking a loan as a type of leverage, you could say, you're leveraging your credit and you can get liquidated basically. And so this is not financial advice. I'm not telling people whether to take a loan or not, but at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that it's not just good behaviors that get rewarded. It's any behavior that you're doing. And so we have to kind of keep track of like, what are the behaviors that we're doing? Another behavior I see is that a lot of people will listen to a new broadcaster just because they say that they were early in Hex. And I would caution people against that because that's a huge attack vector. When we go back to what 90% of people get wrecked in trading or get wrecked in crypto or, or are being like served up by the advertisers who have a budget to advertise, by the scammers who do have, a money license and who are, able to advertise their leveraged exchange on these crypto shows. They're able to sponsor UpOnly. They're able to, basically buy whatever media they want in order to promote their agenda, in order to get more users to buy their bags so they can dump on them. Like that's pretty much the play in everything. It's like, oh, how can we use this money to make more money? Because the central bank is making more money. So everybody has to compete to be diluted less, to be earning a yield. And I would argue that these financial games, they've gone way beyond their mandate. They've gone way beyond their use case, because what they're doing is they're incentivizing people to play zero sum or negative sum games. When people are trading stocks back and forth, we saw that in the roaring 20s. It's really interesting how history has such a profound effect of rhyming. It doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And what we see is 100 years ago, in 1918, right, there was a pandemic. And if you look back, every 100 years, there's been a pandemic. If we look at the 1920s, it was the roaring 20s, right? When people were, maybe they weren't buying NFTs, but they were doing things just as silly. Not to say all NFTs are silly, but you get the idea. Like there's, and NFT, the NFT market is a good example because like in order for something to be non-fungible, it's like, it's rare, it's a collectible. Collectibles have always been really, they blow up a lot in a bubble. They get really big and then they crash. It's really kind of predictable on a macro level. But whenever somebody has an example, it's an exception to the rule. And really the NFT market and the promise coin market and that sort of thing, what it's doing is it's selling you a narrative. And that's what money is in the end, is a belief system. It's trying to, you buy your membership to be a disciple in these things. And then they're kind of, they're having a cost to like get people in, but then it pays for itself because they're printing money out of thin air in a lot of these coins, and they're promising to do things, but they haven't actually done the things. And that's another area where Hex shines, because Hex was released as a finished product, not as a promise coin. And the lines get a little bit blurry when the environment changes, and now we have to create a new version of Ethereum because it sucks so much and the fees are so high. But at the end of the day, that's separate from Hex. Hex was a complete idea. It went from an idea to something that was peer reviewed, that a group of geniuses advised Richard. He put together the right team and understood the human resources. He did not have to ever sell. He ended up becoming probably a buyer of Hex, and will probably continue to be, because he has billions of dollars of Bitcoin and billions of dollars of Ethereum. And so, at the end of the day, there's going to be this big difference between the rest of the crypto space, where the people who are centralized, like their whole mission is to do marketing instead of development, and then to recycle their money that people are putting into the coin into more marketing, and then for them to pull all the liquidity, for them to end up making a profit. Richard Hart doesn't have to make a profit with Hex. And but anyway, so a lot of people, they wouldn't realize what kind of system they're plugging themselves into, where the founder is going to extract value, where the founder has not shown certain things that make him trustworthy, especially to the person who's only putting in $100 or $1,000. If you put in $100 or $1,000 into Hex now, I predict that you could still become extremely rich. You could still buy your freedom. And I don't know how fast it would be. And it would depend on, things that are out of my control. But at the end of the day, when people are, investing in crypto, would you rather invest in something that's programmed to create an awesome community, or would you rather put the money into something that is programmed to enrich the founder, right? And that was the whole criticism of everything that when Richard was trying to get the word out about Hex, he interviewed 50 people, maybe more, 100 people who are all in the crypto space, and they couldn't believe it was too good to be true already. And they were already biased. They had a confirmation bias. They thought they were geniuses. Peter McCormack thought he was a genius, even though he didn't even make $1 million off Bitcoin. Like, that's who you're listening to? Somebody who didn't even make $1 million. He got famous for being wrecked, for being a traitor, for buying all the wrong things. And then he was too lazy to even understand Hex. That's the IQ test for your broadcaster. Like, do they understand Hex? How many times does it take explaining it to them? Did they sit down with the founder and they didn't even buy any to try it out? This humble billionaire in a lot of ways is what Richard is. He's not using all of the tricks up his sleeve, because he may realize that organic growth is more powerful. He may realize that he doesn't have to talk about his billions. He doesn't have to spread himself too thin. Like, he's in some ways like the rest of us that have been afforded, by him, like, the opportunity to buy our freedom. Richard got that from Satoshi, right? And he was already wealthy. Well, he got it from his own businesses that he founded and retired at age like 22 or 24. So still, at the end of the day, there are some similarities between the amount of drive and the amount of passion that people can have pooling all of their resources together in the way that we have with Hex. Steph from Staker app, who used to be a team lead at Google, he got over 20 million downloads of an app that, he put the team together, he created the app, and they pushed it out to over 20 million people so that people could learn how to read. In a lot of ways, the Staker app and Hex, it's going to require the same thing. It's going to try to onboard people who are illiterate when it comes to finance, or maybe even worse, they've been miseducated. They've become, they've had some success or some failure with crypto, and now they have confirmation bias. Now they're only thinking about the information that favors them, right? And that's also where the tribalism comes in to the crypto space. Is people are so incentivized, right? It's the game theory. People are incentivized to talk about the coins that they own to get people in after them, and there's no cost to doing so. In Hex, it's a more balanced system because there's a cost to getting more people in. I don't want to get in all the billionaires. I want to get in everybody I know first. And I'm willing to wait to get those billionaires in, because I think the probability is so high that, that they'll have to get in at the end of the day. And, it's going to be things like Pulse Chain that are also perfect examples of, there's going to be there's going to be like a big tipping point. I think there's going to be a huge tipping point in crypto. And I hope that leads to a revamping of the current system where you can't trust the person who's funded to broadcast to you because they have a conflict of interest. And for the Hex streamer, it's somebody who I hope, such as myself, can provide the transparency, can admit when they're wrong, can say things that are unpopular, and speak my mind. I don't have to answer to anybody. I want this thing to do well. I want this thing to exist because it benefits me. But the truth is, it also benefits other people because it benefits me to the extent that I'm a long-term thinker. I'm thinking about Hex in 15-year increments, in longer increments than that, because I've seen what it can do and I want to give back. And I think it could create a situation where we are switching to a society that stores value over time, that's incentivized to get along, to not waste all the resources that we have now, but instead to pay it forward and to improve ourselves in a way where we can be more productive, even if we're not in survival mode, even if we're not being owned by our 9-to-5. And I think a lot of people also can go too far the other way. Like if you disconnect too much from the community, or you're not working on improving yourself, you're at risk of being owned by your demons. The things that you own, they can end up owning you. Anybody who's ever owned a boat would know that. Like, it's a huge responsibility. Now you have to hire people to take care of it. Right? So there are a lot of life hacks that we can share with each other as a community. And so I know I've been ranting, I've been on this monologue. I want to see what people have to say. And I definitely want to shout out to Hex Monkey. Whoa, thank you so much. Thank you for the $500 super chat. Yo, give it up for Hex Monkey. Thanks for all you've done for the community and still doing it. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And it means a lot, when people contribute. Again, I've made money from Hex, surpluses of money. And so, it's comfortable for me to say that this $500, it can go into the efforts that I'm doing in order to get the word out about Hex. And so it can go back into the system. And, maybe this will help get the DeLorean down to Daytona. I want to be careful with it because it's in the top 5% best preserved DeLoreans in the world. And because it really, it could lead to a lot of awareness about Hex, and that benefits everybody. The reason I got the DeLorean was not because I always wanted a DeLorean. It's because I wanted a talking piece. I wanted to grab people's attention and to be able to say, send money to your future self. Explore how this crypto Hex, it can give you a different relationship with yourself that goes into this whole idea of self-improvement. And it's really the DeLorean, it's a perfect overlap between, in my opinion, mental health and crypto, and where the two meet within Hex, where you're delaying gratification. And that is going to make you a better human when you delay gratification. And you're not even going to have to think about it. All you have to worry about is getting rich. And in order to do that, all you have to do is, play around with this system, see how it works, and, try your luck. There's no guarantees in Hex. And at the same time, compared to every other crypto, it's a finished product. It's not going to have bugs like everything else can, like Bitcoin and Ethereum can, because the code is locked. It's there are a lot of things that are certain about it because how the game theory is set up. It's more certain than most of the cryptos that are in the top 20 now, because all of those other coins either have a leader that's missing, like Bitcoin, or the leader has to still make their money. And so they're going to sell. And Richard Hart doesn't sell. So thank you, Hex Monkey. You rock. Looking forward to the next time we are able to kick it. I bet it'll be in Vegas here. So I'm going to go back up to the top of the chat. RH will not be joining. I normally don't put him in the title, but I wanted to try out an @ symbol to see if the episode pumps harder on Twitter. Not sure if RH ever touched on Sun Well syndrome. He's shouted me out multiple times for providing education about it. And if you want to see my playlist that is ever evolving on Sun Well syndrome, you can. I have like a little custom domain name for pretty much everything, and so it's suddenwealth.health. I put the link in the live chat. Suddenwealth.health. That takes you to a playlist where I talk about Sudden Wealth syndrome, where I speculate on, like how that's evolved for Richard. And, that's another point that I can make is if you want to understand, at least for me, if I want to understand what my future looks like when it comes to adjusting to massive amounts of wealth and wanting to not become part of the evil system that happened before, I'm looking to like the people who have more hex than I do, and like looking at their, I'm checking out their behaviors. And so the sharks and the whales out there, they're caring a lot about charities and setting up foundations, generational wealth. They're trying to be examples in the community. They're selling responsibly, so putting limit orders and not cashing out everything in a market dump. They're providing liquidity, even though it's not going to make them the most money. They understand that having the right amount of liquidity in the right places is just what we need. Not too much, not too little. They're they're advising Richard on different and creating opportunities for him, because we don't count on the work of others, because it's not a security, because we don't want to be regulated by the SEC. It makes a lot of sense to like have such a huge team of people that have resources that that are willing to give back. So shout out to everybody. He's mentioned it a couple times. Hit the like and subscribe button, everybody. I really appreciate it. It matters to me also, like the quality of the people who are here, and I don't take that for granted. And you could tell, because you could go watch the people who do the Bitcoin conference, and they've been streaming every day. They've had live streams. We have more people watching live now than they had when they had Robert Breedlove on. Robert Breedlove, I gotta say, is an awesome dude. He's so smart. He knows so much about history. He's a Bitcoin maximalist just because that's what he was introduced to. And his people, places, and things like really aren't letting him slide into other situations. But at the end of the day, you can still admire people even if they're not on the same page. And he does have his principles. Maybe he'll end up as a Hexagon someday. I know he doesn't say nice things about Hex yet. But even Gary Funding Jim like has rubbed shoulders with him, and the Rich Dad Poor Dad crew of people that he rolls with. So that's we have an awesome community of people who are super engaged, even more than a Bitcoin channel that has 60,000 subscribers. They only had 100 to 150 people watching. Here in the Hex community, where we've been gatekept and suppressed, and where like we have the smarter, more engaged people, we have the better game theory, we're not in old technology, like we have a really bright future. We have people who are staked on average for 6 years. That's never been accomplished. It's never existed in the history of finance. We're up, thousands of X in some cases. Other people just a little bit. Some people are down, but at the end of the day, like the majority of people in Hex are in profit after 2 years. Like we understand more about like why that could keep happening, because the founder isn't going to dump, because so far so good. Now there are things that can go wrong in Hex, but I think in general, it's almost a disservice to harp on that too much. We'll cover it a little bit, but at the end of the day, like it's it's an amazing investment, and it's something that it's never existed before. So it's a lot to wrap your head around. But yeah, there's more people watching now than the Bitcoin channel with 60K subs. There's only 7.5K subs here. So the quality of the people here, there's more Hex millionaires, that watch this show, than Bitcoin millionaires that watch probably any of the Bitcoin shows. So you could already tell things are different. 2 years in, Bitcoin didn't have any of this, and here we are. I need a bit of help. Tracy A is saying, I can either sack more for Pulse X or buy more Hex today. What choice would you make and why? It's a tough one. Nobody's got a crystal ball. Personally, so the Pulse X, like the multipliers, maybe 2.5x, maybe a little bit less. So you're paying double, but at the same time, what am I thinking? I'm thinking Pulse X could do like a 10 to 100x, and that's just based on the fact that that doesn't mean it's not going to do an 80% dip, but I'm just thinking, in a day or in a year or in 2 years, for me, I'm not looking to exit anytime soon, but at the same time, like, yeah, I want that number to go up. I mean, I like Pulse X a lot. I think more people are going to get it sooner. I'm all in Hex, except for what I put into Pulse X. So it's tough, but I think Hex still has, like, in 10 years from now, I think Hex is 2,000 to 5,000 times higher. Or it's at zero. Take your pick, and it's going to matter a lot, like how the community behaves around, like, wrapped stakes. In my opinion, it's not a popular. Well, it is a popular opinion. All the other main broadcasters like Hexo and RG3 and Kinetics and Richard and Crypto Coffee and Hodl Dog, everybody's pretty much on the same page. Like, don't go wrapping things you don't need to wrap before you develop a reputation in the community. And this doesn't need to get into all that, but I did say I would tell you, like, things can go wrong and things can go right. And to understand, like, it's not, like, we're not viral yet. So that's opportunity, but we need to get viral in order to have the mad price appreciation that everybody's looking for. Sacrifice price is steep. The price of purchasing ETH is high. Hold some stablecoin to launch and then get something on Pulse Chain. That's another strategy people can do. Again, not financial advice, not what I'm doing. For an onboard today, if I was gifting somebody $100 worth of crypto, I would gift them Pulse X. If it was $1,000, I would do $200 to $500 into Pulse X, and then the rest into Hex. Yeah. But if I'm gifting it, I'm also going to stake it for them, like, super long, and hold a backup if I'm gifting it to them to make sure they don't lose it. In the long run, it's still worth it, in my opinion. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know if it's, it could dip 80% out of the gate, or it could go up, 100x. I think there's a lot of interest in Pulse Chain. It's got a lot of people in it, tens of thousands of people who are freshly in it and who want to see it do well. And so they're getting the word out. Yeah, sorry for the confusion, guys. I was just testing something out with the algorithm to see if it would punch harder on Twitter. And I'm proud of this episode and this topic. And sometimes I just get on here and it's more impromptu, but today this is something I was thinking about. And so I wanted to just test out some different things. Sorry for any confusion. I know Richard appeared on Motley the Investors stream today and gave everybody their kudos for the NASCAR thing and got an update on that. So that was really amazing. They raised $600,000 in 5 days. Incredible work, everyone. Yeah, I mean, I like trying different multiple strategies. That's how I started with things. Even though my name is ALLin, I think like I'm all in on the psychology of mental health plus crypto. And for me, that's Hex, hands down, like nothing else. And then when we look at these other Richard Hart projects, it's more about getting the word out with things people can understand. Fork of Ethereum is easier for people to understand than time lock your money. And maybe it's just time locking your money. It's not very popular because we don't live in a culture where that's valued. And so it's going to take people a while to change. And Hexicans will continue to develop things to contribute game theory, to take the best of everything that works in crypto, but it's got a disadvantage because it's not optimized, and to optimize it. And to create something that's going to onboard 100 million Ethereum users potentially in a genius strategy, in a vampire attack, and then welcome to Hex, like, you're home. Welcome to Pulse Chain, you're home. Everybody knows just how many have taken their time to do their own research and figure out how great it is. In the world, there's 1.3% of people that are into crypto, and out of that, it's like 0.3% of that population that's into Hex. Either way, you're still early. I like that comment. Looking at the numbers. Shout out to you, Tap for Life. We were talking on Twitter about what I should talk about today. And you were saying that, it's hard. I think you were saying it's hard to be patient with people. People who are being left behind as you become more wealthy. I mean, remember, people, if you're staked in Hex for 6 years, you're getting at least 30%. Getting at least I say 36.9% APY. And I mean, that means you're tripling your coins in 6 years. Like the rule of 72, if you do 35% a year for 2 years, you doubled your money. And then, if you do it again and again, and you're not compounding within that because you want to be, because longer pays better, but that APY, it pays really well. And so that's where a lot of people are going to keep seeing their numbers go up, even if the price of Hex is not at a new all-time high. People could be getting hundreds of dollars a day of interest that they won't be able to cash out until their time's up. But then to buy back your T-shares, people, I don't know if you have done the math, but when I look at the math, I mean, T-shares get more expensive, and that's part of the game theory of if you want to continue to have interest, mad APY in Hex, what you need to do is buy back your T-shares. And the price of the T-shares just keeps going up, and it starts to move exponentially. It hasn't done that yet. It's only double what it was in the beginning. But that day will come, and for a lot of people, they already staked past it. And so they're looking at a number on the screen, and they're like, wow, I'm rich. Yeah, you are. Even when you buy back your T-shares, you're probably rich. But still, it's to put it into perspective of, especially, it's just paying you more to time lock and to do your time and to be honest and to do what you said you were going to do. And again, that's rare in society, and people are going to have to get used to that. The thing about being patient with your family, yeah, we're still early, so maybe that helps. But at the end of the day, like, try to put yourself in their shoes. Like, in some cases, I would make an investment for somebody because I believe that like $100 in Hex or $200, it could still change somebody's life in 5 or 10 years. Like, we have to be long-term thinking. If we can't get people in, sometimes it's better to just, create an account, like get a system to create accounts and like hook it up. For me, I use these. It's a cold storage coin, and I could hand it to somebody. It's a 1 ounce coin. You can get them on like, you can get them directly from the manufacturers is the best way. But they're like, you could like email the guy who's in charge of it, and instead of paying like $30 or $25, you can get them for like $20 or $15. Like, they'll ship them directly from the factory, so you don't have to pick it off Amazon, where it's like fulfilled by Amazon, and there's more people who could have had access to the private key in there. But it's on a tamper evidence seal. Like, the system is good enough to put $100 or $200 onto one of these coins. Keep a copy of the MetaMask. Like, you import, so you take this, you buy this coin, then you take the tamper evidence seal off, and then you put the private key into your MetaMask, and then you can create $100 stake for somebody, and then you can put the seal back on it, and put it in a coin case, or just leave it how it is, and just give it to the person. Now they have to keep track of it, but then you have a copy in your MetaMask, as long as you don't have to reset your MetaMask. But in some cases you would. So maybe you write down the private key, which is like 50 letters and numbers. But at the end of the day, like, Richard even recommends have a backup for when you're gifting crypto to people, because they will lose it. But yeah, so I think that's another strategy that I personally use. And I do get frustrated with family or friends or anybody who doesn't get it. But at the end of the day, like, that doesn't mean that we should stop trying. It doesn't mean, like, in some cases you want to wait, and that day will come. For some people, it was the day I got the DeLorean and they were like, oh, now I want to know about it. Or it's the day, maybe it's just something in their personal life. They're expecting a kid, and so now they're putting in work to be more serious, and they're looking around and seeing, oh, Maddie, obviously he's doing this full time now, or, Maddie has done so well. We want to find out what his secret is. And it's not a secret, it's Hex. I want to get some PLS pre-bridge, but I'm not sure if it's better to just wait. Yeah, we don't really know. A lot of people are rug pull shy. I sacked a good amount early, so I'd be adding to that sack now. Awesome. As far as PLS, that rate is way, yeah, don't sack for PLS. Early like staked. Awesome. Yeah, everybody hit the like and subscribe button. I love seeing new names in the chat that I haven't seen before. So if you're new to this whole thing, go ahead and say hi in the comments section. I've instructed the longtime viewers who are in the comments section, like, if you have a question, they can answer. And if there's mods, so they can ban you if you're like shilling or up to no good. But even if you want to say something against me, like, don't be mean about it. Like, be respectful, more respectful than you think you should be, and I'll address it. You don't have to ban people who are being honest, but definitely welcome to everybody. And that's how we create a better live stream chat experience. That's why there's so many people tuning in, is because they like interacting with others in the chat. You can ask people a question. If it's simple, people will respond, and then I'll double check it to make sure that they gave you the right advice or information. I plan to go live tonight. Hey, shout out to you. The more people, the better. If you want to find out about what people are live when, HexStreamers.com is like the TV guide, and hopefully they'll list you on there if you're not on there yet. But I think I'm probably already subscribed to you. I like am usually one of the first people to subscribe to a channel. But shout out to you. Yeah. And The domain name is hexstreamers.com, putting it in the chat. Smash those likes. Go more pilot. Anybody need 2 tickets for March? Yes, please let people know how they can contact you, because you're a known name and you already reached out. And I said people can. There's no refunds, but if you need to resell your ticket, just I need that information. So that's 2 tickets for Hexpo.Vegas. How many points per $100 right now? Normally the points are denominated per $1. And you can see that at pulsex.com. It could be. I'm not sure. I think both are going to do well. And I would be careful about trying to compare the two, because whales are going to be playing games to psych you out. Like whales, as much as we love having them and as much as we hate having them, like the more our audience is like less psyched out by news, right? Like that's how a lot of people move the prices of things, is they get articles written and they like create rumors and they try to influence things to manipulate things, basically. Some people will rig a market if you give them a chance. So I would just I don't know. I don't want to say do your own research, because I spoke against that, but yeah, listen to as many people as you can and make your own decisions. PLS is going to moonshot in 4 to 6 months. Heard someone say the rate could be 5 to 1. I don't know. They're both offered at the same rate, right? It was 10,000 to $1, 10,000 points. So yeah. So that doesn't really tell us how much demand there's going to be for each. And again, like the more demand that there is for something, it just depends on what people want to buy and what people want to sell. And it's really going to depend on the whales. The whales are going to play their games, and everybody else, can wait and see what shakes out. But sometimes a whale will dump the price just to buy back lower. Current rate is 10,000 points for $2.53. It's all speculation at this point. It's up to a bot when it's turned on. To some extent. I don't know, really. The bot isn't going to mess with like the values for Pulse and for Pulse X, it won't. So that's a little different. But for Pulse, it will, because it's going to be adjusting everything else and playing around with the balances and everything, giving people pulse and harvesting their PRC20s. If you did a $10,000 sack in the first 5 days, your price would be 0.00008 per PLSX, but now it's 0.000253. That's a bigger dilution than I thought. Are you sure about that? Meltoni, what's up? Good to see you. Good morning from Europe. Hey. I personally am going to roll the dice and hodl and hope for a dip in the first few days of launch. Someone's going to sell a chunk and dip that price. There's a theoretical 10x at launch. Some paper hands are going to get out quick. Let's see. Price speculation. Going to need therapy waiting for this long for the stream to start. Apologies. not as on time as Hex is. Go look at every exchange launch chart that you can find. Every exchange 4 to 6 months after the launch hits a great peak. Interesting. When you get Hex for free and it goes to 20 cents, that's a 20 million X. Well, if it's free, then you don't really have a cost basis, but not going to say strongest, but quickest moonshot by far. Forget about it. I think my best options are to buy more Hex or a stable like USDC and gold for the airdrop, or SAC more to Pulse X. Decisions. Hex has a great 10 to 100X over the next year. One of the good whales with good calls is calling for $500, $2,000 a Hex within the next 2 years. Are you talking about Conrad Zen? Jerry says, has anyone seen Ballet Brand's Sci-Vive channel? It came in a much needed time for me. I am very glad. I know that Brand is doing excellent work. Hello, Dean. Hello, Amy. Shell Fox. Melv Tony. I think there's a dot before that. I don't think the price of Hex is $184,000. If it is, that would be outstanding. Okay, 18 cents. We'll take it. It's now. Sup, people? Hey, Kyler Kaufman, what's going on? I'm joining your channel membership next month. Hey, that's great. Thanks for joining. Yeah, you get to stand out a little bit in the comments. Figured I would turn it on, because the channel has some expenses, and but mostly because it every time YouTube gets paid, I think they send more people to the live streams, so it gets more exposure. Oddly enough, 45 people watching. Yeah, hit the like and subscribe button. YouTube doesn't update the like count, I don't think, unless you refresh it a lot of times, and so a lot of times people are saying, oh, there's not that many likes, and there really are. But it doesn't hurt to say that there's not that many likes and then get people to like it. So whatever your strategy. The DeLorean is an awesome conversation starter. I agree. Yeah, it's really cool. It's way stronger than I thought it would be. I mean, all ages, and I have a good routine with it. Okay, I've got the hoverboard. I've got a bunch of props. I've got the time circuit now. I've got the flux capacitor. Flux capacitor was custom made on Etsy by a 3D printer who put hexagons all over it. It's glows pink, like the top of the Hex logo. I've tried to do this right so that I can have those conversations, so I can hand out those business cards. I've got magnets now. Toby Wan Hexobi gave me the idea, and I followed through with it. So you get if you ever catch the Hex DeLorean in all of its glory, like you're going to Vegas or for the Hex Conference there in March, or you're going to the Daytona 500, I plan to be there, giving away magnets, and they're Hex shaped, and they've got a link so people can go to all my links and learn more. And so it's really cool. I've also got the Sports Almanac with the results of every sports game and cryptocurrency ever. And I can predict the future. And that's why I came back to tell everybody about Hex. Not financial advice, but definitely time travel advice. All right. What do we got? Hey, Jay, how's it going? Salute. Badass. Thank you. Hashtag TYRH. Thank you, Richard Hart. And that track is amazing. Shout out to Crypto King. I know you really wanted me to play it on Quant Gang. I didn't get a chance to because I didn't want the copyright strike. Because I had, I didn't know about the song yet. I hadn't heard it. I've heard it now. It's awesome. I still don't know if it would cause a copyright strike, but at the same time, like I'm probably willing to risk it here and there. So we'll make sure people can get that. But I do have another playlist. It's got its own domain name. It's called HexCDs.com. Like it's a play on words, like CD, and it takes you to a playlist called Now That's What I Call Hex Volume 1. And I went ahead and added that video on there so people can check it out. There are over like 30 songs that have been created about Hex. Can you believe it? It's outstanding. Oh, we are so close to 7.5K subscribers. Hit the subscribe button, people. If you're quality people only. So I'm going to share my screen here. We're going to check out hexcds.com. Yeah, check this out. There's 31 songs on here. So that's cool. That's one way people can learn about Hex is by checking out all the music videos that exist. But there's a new song called Thank You or TYRH. It's good stuff. 18.3 cents. Talking about the NASCAR, the pit crew better be rocking 80s electro music all day. That's right. In true hexologist style. How's it going, hexographer? Mr. Dolo, what's up? Total USD sacrificed so far 999 million. That's amazing. That's another like making history moment. They get taught how to get wrecked. Yeah. Finfluencers, fake influencers in the financial space. What is up, everybody? Ben says, thank you, Maddie, for streaming 2 years consistently. I have not watched nearly all of your streams, but I know you're a good dude and you work so hard behind the scenes. Best crypto community ever. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not in LV. Calm before the storm. That's right. Let's see, people are saying hi to each other. Bro, you're doing good work. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bearded Saint. I love seeing all these people in the chat. I wish I could come for sure, but won't know until the 13th, which will probably be too late. I don't know how the ticket sales are going to go. I still have to get onto all the speakers to make sure they bought their tickets, because honestly, I'm treating the guest list with like a lot of, privacy, and I'm not even trying to study what people's names are versus their credit cards and that sort of thing. I mean, if you want to be pseudo anonymous, you can pay in crypto for the conference ticket if you use USDC or Ethereum or Hex. But I mean, there might still be tickets left. It just depends on how many people actually already got them that are speaking, because there's going to be so many speakers. It's like I get nervous when there's only 50 or 100 tickets left, and that's kind of where we're at now. Typically, like in the last Vegas event that I threw that 369 people came to, it was like tons of tickets being sold at the very end, but there was an unlimited number of tickets. Here, it's a hard 600 person cap in the room. Trying to get in the streams now is like trying to drink from a fire hose. Education gap on money management. That's right. We are all blessed. Repetition is key. Not a bad return for 7 minutes. Hex OG, what's going on, Andy? December 2019. Shout out to you. Thanks for being here. Any good person would feel a crypto fortune is undeserved. Always give. It's good. Where my Hex OGs at? Yo. A lot of us are going to Austin, Texas here next week with Crypto Sparbach, and you can learn more at t.me/US Road Tour Chat. Let's chart that. Yeah, current day hex price minus the day staked price per address. Count this by address, then divide by the total stakes equals your value. We really, I think that'd be a really useful number for our marketing, because it would help people, because you can look it up. It's a fact. And I don't think, I mean, Richard said he doesn't even know what the average ROI is in the system. Can you imagine? Like, it's got to be pretty good. Yes, there are. Yeah, there's a lot of, there are a lot of hex OGs in here. Some will say so and some won't. But you know, we have like 2,000 people who watch this show now. Shout out to everybody. Sometimes 3,000. And then Quan Gang crushed it ever since the Hex Conference. You know, we got 6,000 people watching each week. You know, the Hex Conference brought in tens of thousands of new people who took a look at the channel, and you know, many of them are coming back for more. So shout out to all of you. Total stakers 97,000. And I would say on this last episode on Tuesday of Quan Gang was the most new names I think I've ever seen in the history of streaming. I've been streaming for over a year. It's really Hex Therapy. I've done every single week, every single Thursday, no matter what. I've done a Hex Therapy. I think. I'm like pretty sure. But so it's been 63 weeks. I think a lot of us who are not yet millionaires will be in the next 2 years. I think so too. I agree, Maddie. I'm a blue collar guy, busting my rear end, saving as much as I can and delaying gratification. Yes. And that is the right behavior, because you're wanting to think long term, and because that's going to bleed over into your other behaviors. When humans are able to cooperate in a way where we can give back, pay it forward, distribute the mad gains of technology to everybody instead of just the central bankers who, you know, they've got a confirmation bias, they've got a conflict of interest, they're, you know, getting high on their own supply of money, they are playing whale games with each other, and you know, they're risking not only the mental health of the entire population, but they're risking everything that they've built. And that's the only thing that keeps them in line, is not having total political fallout. But as technology continues to evolve, again, scams are going to become what the government does to you. Scams are going to become like what the criminal, you know, like what the people who are against the government, like. So you need a truth engine. You need a superior store of value, a financial technology that makes you a better person, whether you like it or not, or you get diluted in the system. You have to pay a cost to not have the best behavior, to not help push up the price. And it pays for itself, because when you get people more productive, and when they can, you know, like when Hexicans can invest in longevity research, in medical research, in real estate, in every other area, like we might just help others because somebody helped us. And that's a different mindset. It's a different environment. And it's an environment where I would call it programs mental health into money. And instead of building these scam projects, these promise coins, these unaudited piles of BS, like, you know, all of the things that were built on Hex early up until now and into the future, I would be skeptical of. That's what Richard says. He liked the idea at first, but then became skeptical. Like, he doesn't want things competing with his ticker symbols, that sort of thing, because it is infringing, because it is like risking the game theory that's working. Like, Hex can be broken if we let people sell their stakes early. Like, that's against the point of storing value. If you can end early, it's not a truth engine. Like, you know, it doesn't matter if you call it optionality. Like, that's a cool word. And like, who's not, you know, like who's not in favor of options? But like, that's paper hex. Like that's messing with the supply and demand. Like that's a competing product. And so, yeah, it doesn't fly. It's not hex. And it goes back to this point of like, yeah, maybe 90% of people in who trade stocks or who leverage trade or who are even in crypto end up getting wrecked or losing money. Maybe 90% of people in hex get rich, you know, but what percentage of that 90 is going to get fooled by one thing or another because they have a confirmation bias, because they think that they're a genius, because they, you know, they learned about something on YouTube and now there's somebody else who can come along, and that increases the incentive for anybody to come along and to start tricking hexagons into, like, you know, there's a lot of smart people in the world who are not looking out for your best interests one way or another. And I would even argue, like, we could see you from a mile away not doing the right thing if you aren't building your reputation in the community. You know, like Motley the investor, he's a perfect example of somebody doing things right, because he went on stream and said, I'm selling my house to buy more hex when hex was like 4 cents or like dipping after Pulse Chain was announced, but like the sacrifice didn't start. Molly went on screen and he said, here's why I think hex is going to go up a lot and everybody should like stop selling and should buy in. It did not, it disadvantaged him to give that analysis. And he went on every stream and gave it anyway, explaining the game theory of like sacrificing hex to these sacrifice addresses could mean that that it never gets sold on the market and that it could pump the price of hex. So he did a selfless thing that benefited others. He did it in a public way. And that creates the type of environment that I want to deal with, like, versus people coming out of the shadows claiming that they're a dev. Like, again, you know, like people tried to like beat me up and like talk shit about me for criticizing something, and like that's your confirmation bias. That's saying like, well, because people didn't understand hex, like because there were so many gatekeepers in hex, now Maddie's gatekeeping something, you know, like, well, yeah, it's true. Like, but there's a lot of things you can say in your arguments that aren't true. It's because, but you're so incentivized to come in and try to trick hexagons. Well, not on my watch. I mean, plain and simple. I mean, there's a lot of untrue things that can be said, like that I didn't do my research. Well, on one hand, I want to say, you know, I just want to throw out my middle fingers and be like, you know, like I don't have to research anything if I don't want to. Like, you know, you don't have to listen to me, I don't have to listen to you, type of thing. But at the same time, what did I find myself doing? I went and I put more time, and I talked about, because I've done multiple hours of wrapped stakes are bad if we're trading wrapped stakes. If we're trading staked hex, that's a bad thing. Duh. But also, like, here, you know, like it's going to keep evolving the more you beat it down. But like the way it needs to evolve is like, it's like rewarding, is like one piece at a time, like rewarding people for doing the right thing, like giving people optionality without doing tradable stakes. Like there's so many things you can build on hex. Like you could make a commitment to change your behavior, to improve your mental health or your physical health. You could, you know, make a pledge to quit gambling, to, you know, when you time lock your hex, you're kind of like, you're committing to a savings plan. And so you're being rewarded for that. But as I've discussed on the channel before, and if you go to my article, 3gcrypto.com, with a number 3 in it, it's in the description below. You don't have to just time lock your hex. Like you could behavior lock it. You could say, if I don't exercise X number of times, then like, you know, then my hex is being wrapped in this gnosis safe and like not being available to me. So anyway, there are going to be people who come in and they they try to extract value, and that reward is going to get higher and higher the more successful Hex is. So we really have to, like, at every stage, we have to educate people and be like, hey, don't get lost in the noise. Like, don't listen to people just because they're on YouTube. Like, don't listen to people just because they say they're in Hex. You have to do the critical thinking. Otherwise, you're going to be in the 90% of people who got rich from Hex, but you might be in the 10% of that group, or in the 50% of that group who gets wrecked because they're just doing the same behaviors they were doing. They're having a cognitive bias. You're believing you're a genius. Like, a lot of this stuff is super complicated. And even when we talk about it for hours and hours and hours, not everybody's at this same level of understanding. Even Richard says, like, it's amazing any of this stuff works. And so people who are new, they're going to want to support, something that can make them more rich, like building something on top of Hex. But that's where we have to be consistent with our messaging. And, for those people who really think I have a conflict of interest, like with Stake Grab, you're wrong. Like, I could be just as critical on them if they want to start wrapping Hex stakes and actually talking about a date to launch it, or like anything like that. I think it's bad. We can have a debate about it once really we have some credible devs who already have a reputation in the community, who like aren't going to be really wasting their time not launching polls because they're coming on. So I try to be respectful of other people's time. Like, I don't assume that people are going to come on the show, but I probably owe it to like reach out and to try to get people on the show to explain what's being said, because I think it's going to keep coming up. I think like the game theory suggests we have to know what we're talking about. It's not good enough for people to just pass the IQ test to get Hex and get rich. Like, you still have more work to do, in the sense that you have to protect your wealth. And in some ways you want to update your worldview, and in some ways you don't want to take unnecessary risks. And so, that's another situation where the centralized versus decentralized narratives are going to clash, and there's going to be disagreement, and it's going to split our communities. But a certain percentage of us will grow past that. We'll recognize the benefits of working together. We'll recognize that, that we can solve certain tragedies of the commons. We can find the areas where we agree with each other. But I'm going to be as honest as I can be. Like, I'm going to be as honest as I am with myself. Like, I'm going to try to find better ways to teach things. But at the end of the day, I always liked Quanking because we do disagree on things, right? Like, because that does add more voices to the discussion. It like leads to a better analysis. Let's do what works. How about that? After launch, yeah, you can hold, or you can try to sell, or whatever you're going to do. Buy more. ALLin going to build robots. We need to stake Hex because those robots are going to take your jobs. There you go. Pay yourself to send money to your future self. That's a pretty good job. Self-driving cars plus robots equals no jobs. Better get those T-shares. I hope the price of that technology keeps going down and down. Is it better to stake Hex after PLS launch, or now using the ETH and paying the fees? I'm waiting, hoping for better with Pulse Chain. I mean, I would say it kind of depends on like how you think it's going to go for you. I mean, depending on the amount of money, the fees are so variable. It makes it really complicated to answer that question. But I would say like you can go through the steps in MetaMask up into the point where you pay the fee, and then you could see what the cost would be. I think the cost of staking is typically like 1 to 2x. I think it's typically the same amount as it is to send. an ERC20. I think that's what it is. Somebody could check me on that. It's like there's a certain amount of gas that it takes. And if you know that, then you can kind of tell by how expensive the gas fees are at the time. Like you could kind of estimate what the cost is going to be, or you could just go to MetaMask and ask, like, what's the cost of doing it right now? And then you can make that decision for yourself. There's no one right answer. I'm looking at the car, thinking my contribution probably paid for the side view mirror. Nice. Hey, shout out to you. Thanks for contributing. Thank you for the $15 super chat. You rock. Thanks for making Daytona happen. That's right. Thank you to everybody who contributed. I can't believe we hit the mark in 6 days. Epic. It's part of the history that's being made. My name is Grav, and I'm addicted to Hex live streams. Shout out to Hex Monkey with the $500 super chat again. I'm going through the comments one by one here. Legendary. A road trip from Texas would be fun. Don't know yet. Maybe the gang would organize a get together. And are you going? Yeah. So the US road tour. I think I already answered that question. Hit the like button. I just want Monkey Island like Fauci. Hex Monkey doing the Hex Gorilla Flex. Nice. Flights are cheap from VA to Florida. I could also drive. My father lives on the West Coast, Florida. Right on. Yeah. First time hanging out with Hexicans. That's what's up. And, you know, a lot of people that were in the first mass meetup that I organized in Vegas, like we had awesome participation from the community. I mean, it was historic, and the type of energy that is created by people who are all long-term thinking, delaying gratification, you know, wanting to learn and grow together. It's a really cool community. I would say no matter what you're into, you're going to find other people in the community, and that's such a healthy way to make friendships, I think. And I've made a lot of friends in Hex. Road trip. NASCAR race. Yes. I am not a big racing fan. Now that there's a Hex car, maybe I will be. I think when I was younger, I went to like a Indianapolis 500 type thing, and it was quite a spectacle. Don't even need a hotel. I know Crypto Cabana is going, and would be great to see a bunch of you guys. Get ready to stand the whole race. They do not sit down. That's good advice. We're heading into a huge deflationary period. Gas will be cheap as hell soon. Hope so. Mr. D Farm. Let's go, Maddie. Hey. What the hell do they do when there's wreck? Just want to confirm something, guys. If I were to sack 1K to Pulse today, I would get 3.9 million points. Am I correct? Not sure. You could go on Etherscan and you could see where somebody sent that much to the address. And then you could like go to pulsexlead.com, and you could search that address. After it's been 10 or 15 minutes, or maybe just 2 minutes, the address will pop up there and you can see how many points it got today. That's how I would research that question. Hope that makes sense. How's it going, Craig? Met Craig at a meetup. That's what's up. I'm used to the UFC crowds. They stand a lot too. Just look like I'll have front row seats. Bang, bang. Oh, that's the worst seat. Okay. What's the best seat? Tracy A at 3.972 million sacrifice points. Thank you, Bitfinesse. Shout out to you. You rock. How many damn times have you been? Above row 20 or so to the whole rack. Interesting. Okay. Do you agree that the plate race is an advantage for a driver? I'm not sure. I don't know that much about racing. Maybe people can educate me and I can catch up on. Maybe somebody's already streamed about it or will stream to like tell all of us NASCAR noobs like what all these things mean. Hope the next Hexicans sponsor a UFC fight. I would be there in a heartbeat. There is a UFC person who is in Hex, a woman. I'm not sure if that's UFC or if it's a different league. But she was spotted wearing like Hex.com shorts in a fight. I'm trying to look here. I don't remember her name. Unfortunately, I might have it here like on a spreadsheet that I was using to keep track of different people to invite to the online Hex conference. If the information is readily available, let me see here. Hannah Guy. I think Hannah Guy is the person I'm thinking of. He almost has no chance to qualify or to win. The brilliance of Hex is still not obvious. Its characteristics protect investors who are just now seeing how brutal crypto can be. Influencers destroy people's value. Hex builds it back up. Yes, yes. Thanks. Bit of finesse. Drop in knowledge bombs. Hex Monkey, you're an amazing person. That is correct. I've met Hex Monkey and I can verify that. You have to like rug. You have to like pugs though. Yo, okay. This blew my mind. Okay. I'm going to share my screen here. This literally is like, it's like the coolest. This is the coolest thing about like putting in so much time in these streams and like, you know, giving to the community is like people end up giving back. And there was somebody who, somebody whose mom named their bulldog pup got named Maddie ALLin. Here, I've got I'm going to share my screen here. We're going to take a look at the bullish pup. Name's Maddie ALLin. I don't know if you can see any similarities other than we are both extremely bullish on Hex. Inviting Freedom, longtime member of the community, said, so my mom named her bulldog pup Maddie ALLin. True story. Meet Maddie ALLin. Yo, it's so funny. So shout out to you. Shout out to your mom. Shout out to little Maddie ALLin there. I hope you are a well-behaved dog. So funny. So funny. Joe Hexotic, yo, what's going on? My co-host for the first few episodes of Hex Therapy Live. Yo, Maddie, just got done with my meeting with my spiritual advisors. They say I should keep coming back. Just wanted to say hello to everyone. I'll be listening and driving. Hey, have a safe drive and great job going to meetings and, you know, working on self-improvement. That's what we've been saying here. And I know that, you know that you're a really good person and have like my favorite icon, that JH, like really pops. Good guy all around. Thanks for everything you do for the community. Nardo for the win. Speaking of doing things for the community, what's up, Nardo? Good to see you. Don't worry about salt water. You won't be in salt spray. A good rinse is good. A desalinator water car washes are available everywhere. I've been told by somebody who's devoted their entire life to running a DeLorean like restoration place that I should not, that I should worry about salt on the road. And that when I bought the car, I decided like, hey, I should find the balance between like worshiping a car. Like I don't want to worship the car, but I also want to take good care of it. So I'm in between there. And so I think what I'm going to do is find a setup where I can just like, you know, rent a truck and a trailer and do it myself kind of for cheap. But I know that Marco and some other people have said that they would, they would contribute. And so I really want to take every opportunity I can for the community while having the right balance between, Hex stuff and the rest of my life. Like, I need to practice what I preach. And I definitely recommend people work on their relationships and work on their self-improvement, outside of things related to Hex. And, if you're thinking about Hex all day, every day, like a lot of us are, it can get to unhealthy levels at some points. So that's why, I'm cautious about what I commit to, but at the same time, people see me get excited and, show up for the community often. So we have the smartest people in finance right here in Hex: engineers, doctors, therapists, and the deepest of thinkers. People come for the wealth and stay for the health and wisdom. Love what you do for us, Maddie. My pleasure. It's very rewarding and positive experience overall. I like Breedlove, and I like the decentralized aspect of BTC, which is nice. Hit the likes. What's up, Mick? Shout out to you, Constantine, who's in the membership group here. Hoping I'll need Sun-Wells syndrome classes one day. I hope so too. Thank you to DK Hexagon for the $5 or 5 something super chat. Shout out to you. Thank you. What's good, T-Bird? Yo, people with the hashtag TYRH. That's a good one. I like it. For people who don't know what it is, they kind of want to know, so it pulls people in. My new millionaire tip: do not buy anything big for 6 months to get used to not being poor. Excellent point. I like that. And for me, I have been really, I would say, trying to find a balance. For me, I've always been a saver. I've always liked getting deals and not wasting money. Now I'm confronted with periods where I have not all of my money time locked, because I had a time lock come out in June. I had one come out in October. And so I'm on like the twice a year type thing. Once or twice a year, I have a stake coming out. And it's definitely it's like a relief when you don't have too much money liquid on your hands and you are having your money printer work for you. You're having your money work for you in a way that you really can't in the legacy system. It's not the same. It's a different monetary environment. But I like that tip a lot. I'm broke, not poor. There you go. Turnwick's been listening to Cream. And if people want to, get excited about reliving that energy of Cream, you can go to quantgang.com, and it's a playlist where you can see it starts off with an episode where it's just he and I kind of explaining his philosophy on a lot of things. That's one of his Kareem-isms. Maddie, you're on point. Hey, thanks. I appreciate the feedback. Thanks, Hex Monkey. Bye, Hex. I've never experienced a community like this. It's the best in crypto, and others just don't get it. I like to do my homework. I like to be out there, just sampling other stuff, which is, it's good to know what else is out there. And when I go on Twitter Spaces and I listen into these other rooms, it's interesting what I hear that's the same narratives that we're saying, but then there's not that much to back it up. Or there's people who really aren't experienced at broadcasting. They're not giving a consistent message. They're obviously shilling. So I'm not new to the Hex community. So I do have certain biases because I'm familiar with it, because I think it's the right way, because these are the bags that I'm holding. And at the same time, part of, you can only put lipstick on a pig so much. And I think in Hex, we're definitely doing we're doing a lot of things way better than the other communities. There are many imitators, but there's only one Hex. There's only one Hex community. Shout out to Hexy Cajun, also with the hashtag TYRH. Thank you for being a member. You said, depends what Tracy plans on doing after the launch. Liquidity, stake, hodl, swap, what have you. Hex, you get the double. That's right. Hey, Maximilian, what did you think of the new? I'm not sure. I don't know what that is. I don't keep up with pop culture or very much culture. Like keeping up with the Hex culture takes a lot of time, but it's worth it. And I enjoy it. We have seen very little inflation. What about in 5 to 10 years? There will be so much more Hex on the market. We need a lot of adoption for price to go up, in my opinion. It might be less than you think. The actualized rate of inflation so far has been like 1% a year, even though it should have been 3.69%. But that has been like deferred into people. And remember, it's going to continue to defer. And the real thing is people get to choose. Do you want to cash out or do you want to keep your T-shares buying back at a higher price the more short-term thinking you were in the beginning? And so even when I look at what happens if I buy back my T-shares, it's like over 50%. And people who didn't get big payday, it's going to be way more than that even. And so at some point, like the price of T-shares, it starts to get away from you. And so the people who are exiting the system, they're going to get left behind. And it's going to be great for them, in the short term, but it depends what kind of game you're playing. If you're playing a long-term game, really a lot of times, like look at all these other coins and they have way worse inflation schedules. They have like way worse fundamentals. They have way worse everything. And they're still doing like really well. So I would tend to be less worried about the inflation in Hex, even though it's still mind-boggling. And like, at some point, Hex could stop growing so fast. But when we look at what Bitcoin did and Hex is designed better, like buckle up, You thought these race cars were fast. Like wait till you get on the cryptocurrency rocket that really knows what's up. And I mean, the amount of wealth that's being created, it's incredible. Some people will invest that back into marketing Hex in one way or another, and others will waste the money, and others will get scammed, and others will buy back their T-shares and elevate their lifestyle to some extent, improve themselves, and again, hopefully give back. If you give back and you're still time locked because you have a staking ladder, then there is an incentive. Like sometimes marketing pays for itself, right? How do you think businesses are profitable? And cryptos don't have to really be that efficient or like be that good because they're creating money out of thin air. They have a huge margin. They have like, it's extremely profitable. It's like have people buy something on a shitty database that you're promising them, right? Like you can afford to like hire the best marketers in the world. The more successful your scam is. But then you're going to have to compete with things like Richard Hart and Hex. And if you're such a short-term thinker, you're not going to be attracting the type of people that Richard's attracting that are contributing. So I do have a lot of hope for the system because of the game theory, because the reason we know Bitcoin is worth something is because it stops double spends. It's a clever way of doing it. And it was the first. It's got the brand name, but it's got horrible product market fit. It's horrible like brand, horrible symbol, everything about it pretty much sucks. It's like traded on centralized exchanges. It's bad for the environment. It, pays the miners to dump the price for no reason. So it's like, we've had very few people adopt Hex and like the price has gone way up. So I think that equation is going to keep playing out. Wondering what hotel Hex Conference will be held at Excalibur. I was depressed before I knew about Hex. Now I'm happy to be alive again. Yo, shout out to you. And thank you for sharing that. I think a lot of people are going to have that type of reaction, whether they know it or not. And I think you're still going to have ups and downs no matter how well Hex does. And so it's important for you to focus on taking care of yourself. Now that you're not depressed, the question is, how do you maintain that? And there are some behaviors that we know about through, I'm a retired mental health therapist. And I'm, and so I can speak generally, not medical advice, but I can speak generally. What I saw work for the most people was taking omega-369. And so I do have a link to show the kind that I take, but you could probably get yours for $5 from Walmart for just omega-3. And, I took 1,000 milligrams a day with food for the first week, and then 2,000 milligrams a day after that. And because I'm not on blood thinners, because like omega-3 is supposed to be in your diet already, it's like fairly safe to take, although you could check with your doctor. The point is, when I've taken it and when so many other people have taken it, it creates more mental clarity. And we understand why this is because our brains are wired with, needing electrical insulation. And so you can see I'm kind of stuttering because I'm trying to figure out like how deeply to explain this, but basically there's the wires in your brain are called axons, and the electrical insulation that carries the electrical signals through your brain, like that's called the myelin sheath. And the oligodendrocyte is the type of brain cell that like installs the electrical insulation, just like your cell phone charger. Like it has a rubber insulation around it because electricity is leaky and shocky, and you want the juice to get to where it's going. In our case, like in the human brain, 25% of the weight of your brain is supposed to be omega-3, but it doesn't work its way up the food chain like it did a long time ago, like, for cavemen and cavewomen. And so that's why it's so important. Like for a lot of people, they're not getting enough omega-3. And so taking it can make a difference in like between 1 to 4 weeks. You'd have an aha moment. Like you would notice the difference. And that's the difference between like taking a vitamin and taking omega-3. It's like omega-3, you could tell the difference. Like you're thinking more clearly, you're more motivated to go out and like do things. And so like, it's no wonder so many people are depressed and like, not living their best life, is because most like the literal majority of people are leaking electricity out of the front of their brain. And so that's why it's so important to take omega-369 if you're not getting enough fish in your diet. Price does not need to go up. Wealth is made from staking and interest. New to the Hex community, I staked for 1, 2, 5, and 10 years. Hope it works out. No expectations, but I believe in the theory. Shout out to you, James. I like how you put that. Let's play. It's just 3.69. If OA doesn't move, it's a lot more in practice. Yeah, but the adoption like cancels that out like very easily, because it's easy to go from, we're gate kept everywhere. So I shouldn't say it's easy, but like it's more and more likely the more Hex is minting millionaires. Like Richard said, he wants to start spending a lot of money and he has billions of dollars. So like once he starts spending money, like hiring people to do things other than just write code, it's going to be the perfect storm, in my opinion, as long as people don't ruin it before then. So I'm not sure exactly how people would ruin it, but again, stay away from wrap stakes. Think about it some more. It's 3.69, period. We burn Hex, so it's also deflationary, and the OA gets half the EES bonus, which is like a deflation. 40% APY for 10 plus years. That's not the supply inflation, which is 3.69%. That's the yield stakers get. I won't debate. It is what it is. Yes, the total supply, since 90% doesn't move, the 6.9 is a nice story. People will earn a lot of inflation on their stake, no matter what the total indication is. Yeah, but remember, like, if Hex is 10 times more rare than people think it is, if the OA continues to buy Hex, again, it cancels it out. It makes Hex extremely rare, extremely quickly. Not to mention the more important thing, that T-shares become more rare very quickly. So you trust the makers of the coin that no one has the key? No, I think somebody has the key, and I think it's Richard, and I think Richard, like, that's an advantage to us because he doesn't have to sell, because he has billions of dollars of Bitcoin and billions of dollars of Ethereum and $1 billion of USDC and $250 million of DAI. And I'm glad he has the key, because, like, what are you so worried about? Like, if he's not going to sell because he wants to extract value, then, and he wants to keep buying because he wants to pump the price up and have his glory and make so many new millionaires who adore him, like, because he changed their life, like, what's the problem there? And, like, the reason why you want the benevolent billionaire to have the key is so that they can defend if there's a malicious fork, or that they can create forks defensively. So, like, again, it's going to be hard to, like, go from an environment where you can't trust anybody who's rich because they all have the wrong incentives and, like, live in the wrong environment, and then, like, they create the environment where everybody hates each other because it's so scarce, because that's the only way anybody can motivate each other. But when we, like, transition as a society to, like, an abundant, technologically abundant future, right, where the cost of everything can go down, and where we're not, like, wasting all of our money, like, giving it to billionaires who aren't going to deploy it correctly and who are just going to keep the price of everything, like, really high, and are going to accumulate more and more power that they use inefficiently, because central planning, it's a double-edged sword. Yeah, like, I want the benevolent billionaire in charge of that key, hands down. It's a better designed system, and it's more secure. Like, it's, like, the amount of liquidity also that's, like, even there right now is like $30 million, which is perfect because you can pump the price. If you want to buy $100 million, you can pump the price way high. But also, it's like, what's the OA literally has billions, even if we don't consider the Bitcoin at all. I think we should consider the Bitcoin because, like, 2% of Bitcoin, like, check me on this number. I know it's not exactly 2%, but, like, Hex was one of the biggest free claim situations ever. I mean, like, you had Mimblewimble coin, you had Bitcoin Rhodium, you had all the ones before I came along, but, like, was it Bitcoin Rhodium that, like, got like 1.5% of Bitcoin to claim? So, I mean, 2% of Bitcoin claiming, I remember Richard said at $7,500 Bitcoin, it was $1 billion worth of Bitcoin had claimed on day 6. And, like, that was, I want to say, I know that, like, 10,000 Bitcoin had just come in on day 6 alone. So, like, there's a lot of people looking out for the ecosystem, and the liquidity is intentionally low. The volatility is intentionally high, like, so the price can pump. So this is a new system that we haven't seen before. So no wonder it, like, seems suspect until you study it further. Do you think Pulse X can hit $1 within 3 to 5 years? I have no idea. I'm looking, I don't know. I would rather make, like, more medium-term predictions, like I've been streaming for a year. So like, and I've been in crypto, like consistently learning for an hour or two or way more every day since like May 2017 or maybe a little bit earlier. So like, it's really hard. It's really hard to make a prediction that far out. It's hard to make a prediction at all because I don't know what kind of buyers, what kind of competition, like what's going to happen. I think like, you know, Ethereum did 10,000x in 2.5 years. Hex did 10,000x in 1.5 years. If you count like from the all-time low, but from the starting price, not yet. I mean, you know, I have written down in my own mind that like PulseX could do like a 10 to 100x in like 1 to 2.5 years, but that's all I've got. Braceology, you are not new here. Welcome back. Hi, everyone. You can trust the maker of the coin whenever he does. What's up, Clara? Crypto Tanya. I'm new. Maddie watched the Quan Gang for the first time. 53. Hey, welcome. Thanks for being here. Shout out to you. Hex Heart says, hey, Maddie, thanks for all your efforts with educating people. My pleasure. I'm educating myself as well. I mean, physical coin, Maddie talked about. Oh, okay. Sorry if we misinterpreted that. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put too much on the physical coin because it has some counterparty risk because you didn't generate the key like trustlessly. But if you put a little bit on to onboard somebody, I'm not against that, but don't come crying to me. Like, we all have to accept our risks and educate each other and be okay when things don't work out perfectly. But how's it going, Nick B? What's up, brother? Java Sparrow, hashtag TYRH. Hi, it's me, and I'm addicted to Hex. What up? Tin Top, how's it going? CS. Hey, Maddie, Pulse Shill here. What's up? Hex Monkey. Yeah, the physical coin thing is weird to me too. Keith, thanks for commenting. Appreciate all your hard work, Maddie. My pleasure. Craig's using some of those custom emojis or whatever that you got on YouTube now. Not sure if Hex or PulseX will be worth it, but I dropped $1,000 in both, and hopefully in 5 to 10 years, it'll be worth it. I hope so. Yeah, that's excellent. Good work. Hex Pulse base 777. I'm willing to sell my ticket to Vegas. Okay. People can message me from the Eventbrite page, and I check my email usually every day, but no guarantees here, people. Like it really depends on like how many people are hitting me up. If I have 100 messages, I can't get back to them all right away. Like, I need to have a balance. So really a really good place to ask me questions is when I'm going through the chat like I am now, which is normally happening a couple times a week. So if you're having trouble messaging me like on Twitter because I can't check all my messages on all these different places and still like have a life. So I spend multiple hours a day doing Hex stuff, and I think I've pretty much gotten back to people who have hit me up on email or the Eventbrite page are the main things that I'm making sure to respond to in the live streams here. Hey, Maddie, how can you trust a physical coin seed? Papa would be upset. Yeah, well, it's Steph would be proud because it's securities on a spectrum. If this, as a percentage of my total investment, like if I'm giving away $100 worth of crypto, like, and that's allowing somebody to start believing or they just hold on to it and it's worth $100,000 or $1 million in the future, like, sure, that could be lost, but it's better than nothing. For some people, they have the aha moment when they have the physical coin. It is counterpart. It's not perfect. No system is perfect. Like, you could get, but there are better security methods. And I would encourage people to level up your security. Do not use like a physical cold storage coin that's printed by somebody else, like, as your only backup. But the reason why I trust it with $100 worth is because I wouldn't be upset to lose it, and because I know the owner and founder, and like, that's the person who created the Bitcoin logo with like the circuit board behind it that everybody knows is like the Bitcoin logo. Like, if you were that early in Bitcoin that you made the logo, and I've been dealing with you for multiple years, like, still not a very good security excuse. But again, like, if it's between not onboarding somebody and me throwing away $100 on a chance that that seed wasn't recorded, like, it's fireproof. So if you do it yourself and somebody has a fire, or they spill something on it, or they lose it because they didn't put it in a safe place because it was just a piece of paper, or somebody else knew how to read it easier, like, I mean, it's like, security is a spectrum. You can level up later. Like, that's what Steph says. I like that advice, but I'm not the number one expert. You should listen to Papa. You should take your own risks. And I'm glad you pointed that out, because I talk about that sometimes when I bring up the coin, but not always. I was told it will take years for PulseX to even reach 5 cents. Key is to hold. Yeah. I mean, like, we do not know. Cryptos go higher than we can imagine. Thanks for the cold wallet coin suggestion. I think I'll hook my 2 nephews up next month with some 6-year hex stakes. Nice. Why not 15-year stakes for your nephews? Good question. There's no best strategy. Do what you believe is best for you. Never ask someone else what you should do. It's okay to ask, but don't base it on that. You have to do independent thinking, and some people don't. Sounds a lot better. Okay, 10,000 for $2.53 sounds a lot better than 0.000253 per point, I think you mean. Yeah, but if people sacked Hex and they got more PLSX per Hex than they did PLS because price was higher. What's up, Dodeca? Felix, hey buddy, thank you for your work in this community. I have a question about Pulse. How I understand it, you don't need to get double of the sacrificed amount to make a 2x. So 600 million got sacrificed. It can 2x without people buying for 1.2 billion. That is correct. So the price is based on however much is like being sold on the decentralized exchange, like how much is in that liquidity pool. And so, like, because the price is a ratio of the amount that's for sale at this moment that people have already put up and said, like, I'll sell this for whatever, like whatever people will pay for it. And that's called like market making. Normally, like, investment banks do that. And so they end up playing the role of the corrupt middleman. But in Hex, we use decentralized exchanges like Uniswap, 1inch.io, matcha.xyz. And these are all decentralized exchanges where they work on liquidity pools that are able to be much more transparent. And so we can actually, like, we can calculate how the price can move. But that's correct. Market cap, like, and like how much people put in does not determine how much needs to get put in order to make the price go up a certain amount, because the price going up a certain amount depends on how scarce the coins are in the market that's available at this moment. And that's why if there's like $1 of liquidity, then, or here, let's take this example. So like when Richard did one of his Peter McCormick interviews, I think it's titled Giacomo Zucco, and like Peter McCormick like jumped in. It's awesome. People should check it out. But he said that at that time, so day 6 of the Hex system, so that would have been like right around Christmas, I think, 2019. It only cost the total amount of liquidity in the Hex system was 2 Bitcoin. Richard said, you could set the price of Hex at whatever you want for the price of 2 Bitcoin, because that's how much liquidity there was. And the number of like sats that Hex cost was like 10 or 7 or 50 or something like super low. Or I think it went from like 70 sats to like 10 or something like that. Then it went all the way down on day 33. We know it went like sub 1 sat, and that's a Satoshi. That's 100 millionth of a Bitcoin. It's like the amount that's available for sale right now, like that determines the price that you can buy it at right now. And then there's everybody else who like doesn't have their market order sitting there. Like they don't have liquidity. They're not a market maker. They're not providing liquidity. So that's why the price can like do so many different things, is because the number of people who like have coins on the sideline that they're not just putting into a liquidity pool and that they could like market sell at any time, that's what makes these spikes down. And then sometimes people buy them up automatically, or sometimes there's like limit orders that get triggered. And so they're, stick around, like, keep asking questions, like come to Quankang on Tuesday nights at the same time. And this last week we streamed for almost 5 hours. It was like 4.5 hours. And we like answered lots of questions like this and educated people. Hopefully that adds somewhat to your understanding. Although I understand for me, it took a few times to really understand how this all works. Shout out to you, the Crypto Wonder podcast. And thanks for the streams you do. Thank you for your message. Salute. Thanks for your efforts. Melf Tony, I'm good, Maddie. Thank you. Hex Live, yo, what's up? Shout out to you. Come on, Pulse. It is hard waiting. Yes, it is hard waiting. I think I saw you on Molly's stream earlier today. People with higher multiplier could dump half and still have a better deal on the remaining Hex than the low SAC ones. Where can we see and do the math to calculate T-shares in the future? We don't know what the price of T-shares will be in the future so well, because it's based on the price increasing based on the maximum ROI in the system, but it's not limited to the maximum ROI in the system. So like this is a super technical point where I would recommend, if you want to do a deep dive on that, go to allmylinks.com/allin and scroll down to the Dev Kyle version of Hex contract in layman's terms. And then you can go inside of that Google document. You will find the math and the equations that explain how the T-share rate ratchets up. Like maybe you'll be able to help create better models, or you can ask other streamers like Gerardo and Whales Only. Like the more people we're trying to find to create these better understandings, because that's something that I've been asking for. Like I asked for a long time ago on Quankang, and I don't know that anybody in the community has made it yet. But I think because people were modeling, like Dev Kyle was modeling in the past, like before Hex was launched, like how that T-share rate would increase. Now we have a lot more data about who's already staked in the system. And it's the people who are already staked that are going to be getting the highest APY and like setting the equation. I guess you might be able to reverse analyze it, like reverse engineer it as well. Now that I'm thinking about it, you might. So if you, I'm not like, I'm trying to give you all the information I can just so you can do, so everybody can do what they want with it. But if you go to Hex Daily Stats, that's a site, honestly, I check like almost every day now. And I kind of want to just like show off what I look at and how that would maybe give you more information. So shout out to whoever made this. I'm sorry, I can't remember. I think it says at the bottom. Staked wealth. Oh, nice. I think that's who did. Okay, very cool. Oh, and we could find out from the GitHub and stuff like that. Oh, nice. Oh, Togo. Okay, that makes sense. That's the creator of HexStreamers.com, I think. Yeah. So cool. Awesome. Great work. And putting it up like this probably makes it way easier for people to make their own analyses. So anyway, like what I look at every day that I'm addicted to looking at is like, what's the change in current holders and current stakers? And that's like really exciting to see. We're like growing our numbers of like long-term thinkers. But then what else? I also look at the increase in T-share rate. And you could see like recently we had like 3 or 4 days, which is like the longest streak in a while, where there was no increase. But then you can see on some days it's ratcheting up based on people ending their stakes. And it's actually at the moment that somebody ends their stake that ratchets up the T-share price, I believe. I don't think it waits till 24-hour tick over. But and it's Richard misspoke at one point. It's not the maximum ROI in the system alone that sets the T-share rate, because otherwise the origin address, like staking all of its hex as a protective play when the big payday happened to like stop the short-term traders from like benefiting so much. That I think would have been the highest ROI in the system. And then you've got like John Wick, who good accounted some of the OA stakes that were just sitting there bleeding out. And that I think would have probably might have caused the T-share rate to increase. So anyway, I hope that like helps answer this question, just to give you more information and tell you that I don't really know. But we should, because we have a chart of future market supply and because we know who's already staked, we should be able to calculate, not perfectly, but we should be able to model much more closely how the T-share rate should increase. And then if somebody like ends early, then it won't increase as fast because they won't get as high of an ROI. But we could still know more of like what's the upper bound based on the stakes that have already been created in the system. And then anybody who comes in after that, like would have to do that much bigger of a stake in order to affect things at all, and like be playing catch up. And at some point it's like mostly the people who are early in the system who are causing the T-share rate to go up. So, and then another fun thing you can do, which I discovered when we were talking on QuantGang once, is like, yeah, you could like kind of model out for the entire system the T-share rate going up. Like, how expensive is that? Like, how much is that protecting the value of Hex? Because you have to stake Hex in order to get the inflation. All of the, like, there will never be new coins created in Hex that aren't paid to long-term stake, like to people who are staking. And the more long-term, the better the rate is. So it's really innovative that way. So that's a really important like question. It's like, how fast, like will the T-share rate rise? And that could help people make decisions along the way. Conrad said there will be $5,000 Hex. Conrad is an awesome channel to follow. It's under Hex and Pulse, I think is the name of the channel. If you search like Conrad Zen, Hex and Pulse. Don't eat cake, save your waste. A public announcement from Hex Extravagant Taste. Shout out to you. I like that. Next, Richard Hart interview. I really enjoy watching his live streams. If you go to I'm going to drop this link to t.me/hex news, then you can find out whenever Richard like does an interview that is not on his channel. And so he did one yesterday or the day before that was not on his channel with a couple of goofy guys who have like 15K subs. But it was worth watching. It's like 45 minutes or an hour of him talking. Like I said, I don't miss any like Richard content. I'm bringing my dad to Daytona from Chicago and hope he can meet you to validate the great community we have. I would love that. Shout out to you. Crazy Legs who? Joe, is anyone going to all-day stream at Daytona Super Speedway? I think that might be hard, being like outdoors and stuff, but you know me, I'm like highly likely to stream. And I loved Crypto Sparbach doing that at the Miami yacht event. That was really cool. So I bet we can arrange something. I will, I'll have my people talk to your people or talk to Crypto Sparbach, or I'll just talk to them. Let's see. Maybe you should do a QR code so it's easy scan instead of a link. For what? For the magnets that I'm handing out. I already did it. It's a QR code. Bang bang. Do I have? It's a really cool design. I did it myself. Like I love graphic design, even though I wasn't very good starting out. And like Hexologist, I will always look up to how he can make thumbnails. I put in a lot of hard work and like I think I do okay. But I'm trying to find, maybe I could just search for the keyword. Let me see. So at first I was going to design like guitar picks for some reason. And then Toby Wan was like talking about the magnets. That was perfect. No, I don't have it. I can't find it on my computer right now. You'll just have to check it out in person. If you gifted someone a hex stake on the cold storage coin, what happens after the fork? Would the coin be compatible with Pulse Chain and hold both stakes? Yes. You do have to, so it's a 50 character seed. So like your 12 words or 24 words is a cryptographic code for a 50 character private key string that is 50 letters and numbers. And there's only certain like letters that are in the code set. And I learned about that by reading Mastering Bitcoin by Andreas Antonopoulos. Like even in the first chapter or two, you can like learn how all that works, or you could just get one of these coins for like 20 or 30 bucks and just learn about it that way. By like taking the coin apart and just like plugging it into MetaMask and like seeing how it works. Again, like not super secure. Like don't spend your only $30 that you have like on that when you could get a more secure wallet for free with MetaMask, or like even more secure than that, like Trezor, Ledger. But yeah, it'll work. It'll teach you something about private keys. Cash Plus, thank you so much for the $25 super chat. No expectation, but thank you. See you in Daytona 500. Heck yeah. Let's see here. Nice, consistent. Haven't missed an episode. Yo, shout out to you, Dan. That's amazing. Dan Best. Haven't missed an episode. Thanks for the content. My pleasure. Thanks for being here. Rothko, yo, good to see you. Hashtag TYRH. Can't wait for Pulse. So many wanting to get in, but can't afford the fees. That is true. Cookies and crypto. Hey, Maddie and Hexicans. Hex is going to be amazing on the Pulse chain. It totally is. I 100% agree. Awesome content. Hey, thanks, loyal noob Hexican. Aussie Benny, thanks for everything you do for the Hex community. I've been with Hex since August. I never listened to the crap from other YouTubers. Sick to death of these people. Thanks again. You're the best. Hey, my pleasure. Thanks for the positive feedback. It does help. Like all the positive energy that you guys reflect to me, I reflect back, and it becomes like really helpful, especially when there are haters out there. Like the positive comments, they go a long way. So thank you. Mel Tony says that the price at Hex currently is 18.6 cents. I'm new and super excited. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Bernard, very few projects have any value proposition, and yet they still pump super hard. It's pretty interesting. Makes you wonder who's benefiting and who's not, which is why having this analysis is like really cool. Let's see. If you're not into delayed gratification, hold some liquid Hex as a savings account, like Cream says. Yes. I don't like it if people sell their shares. It messes with how Richard designed Hex. Correct. We're talking about tradable shares. Before your stake ends, you should not be able to trade. T-share scalpers. I prefer that T-shares have no dollar value. Keep that tax man out. Very good point. What about an open discussion about keys? Victor wants to do gambling, which is fine because gambling is part of the total primism. Okay. Victor. I'm not sure I understand the context. Maybe you're referring to something I said before. Just get me up to speed. I'm with you on the loans. They're taking your value, folks. We got some open keys that we need to develop into a feature. Can you tell me more about that? Hexcoin. I'm waiting for Pulse Chain, PulseX, and the real Hex myself. Not too much else on my radar. Shout out to you. Thanks, Maddie. I like listening to you. Keep it up, please. It helps me mentally, and it's great. It's a great finance class for free. Love it. Thank you. My pleasure. Okay, here. Now I'm getting up to speed. So Refined Hayseed Appalachian says RH has open keys. K4K went quiet. I have not stayed up to speed with K4K's episodes, so I may not know the full context there. Pocket deleted that message. Okay. The world has always been a better place when everyone feels they can speak their mind. All opinions must be out and spoken. Otherwise, the best decisions cannot be made. From Bitfinesse. Appalachian, everything will try to dilute into the noise. Stay in Pulse. There you go. Bitfinesse, to all who are speaking their minds, thank you. Daraj, namaste, Hexicans. Namaste to you. James Bond, thank you for everything you do, Maddie. You're a true gift to the Hex community and the world at large. Hey, my pleasure. Stake Wrap is the same thing. I haven't really mentioned what I was talking about even. And then I compared it to Stake Wrap, so I wasn't being very clear on purpose, but some people know what I'm talking about. Of course, it's bad. People will buy wrap stakes instead of buying new Hex. Thanks for identifying that. That's my opinion as well. Make the keys into a feature and give Victor his domain. Just don't let developers hold us hostage on AMM bit coming. Yeah, as part of your message is still a little bit cryptic in terms I'm guessing we're talking about RH having the OA keys, which is not confirmed, but speculative. And thank God, because otherwise it could make Hex a security because people could expect future work from Richard. Give Victor his domain. Not sure what that means. Just don't let developers hold us hostage on the AMM bit coming. Yeah, that's a good point. I've been wondering to myself, like, hey, how much of the AMM stuff could just be like manual or like not a bot? But then I was realizing there's a benefit to not being a security and to launching as a finished product if you just like write code that does what you're going to do anyway manually and you test it, but then on the real mainnet, then you just deploy it. It's probably a little bit different for legal purposes and for like defining a security and the Howey test and this and that. But at the same time, I'm not sure if that level of scrutiny is like necessary. So part of me wants to say like, yeah, don't waste a bunch of time like designing AMM, like automated market maker bot code when you're just going to run it once. Like if you could do it offline, but at the same time, it's probably the same amount of work. I'm not really sure. I still need to learn more about that. I've been wanting to ask future us about that. Bernard, I just want financial freedom. Being stuck in fiat by force is not acceptable. I want options. Dollar has been in a bear market since the middle of 1930s. Yeah, very true. I think like for some people, the grind is motivating and like, you know, wanting to get out of this forced situation is, you know, like that's what's going to get you out of it. For other people, they need a happy story to follow. And so, you know, I want to remind everybody that that is an option, that you can appreciate that, like, you know, despite all the oppression, and there is oppression and there's a lot of oppression, like we might be on the verge. Like I have a lot of hope. We might be on the verge of something like really good, and kind of, you know, humanity has to transition from a scarcity mindset to an abundance mindset. I've talked about that before, and I know that going into it now would be like a really long rant, but just at the end of the day, I think the system that we have is like super corrupt, but it's probably better than like caveman and cavewoman days. I try to be grateful for that. I try to see the glasses half full. But yeah, it's like, it's a lot. It depends. Like, I find it helpful to like turn off the news, like turn off the TV, stop the fear porn, like, you know, stop binging on negativity, which allows me to like focus more on understanding it piece by piece. And then that's called like containment, when you're like containing your emotions or your like ideas and not getting overwhelmed by things. You might not be overwhelmed by things, but just in general, I want people to have hope if it's useful for them, but to not ignore the reality. Hex, stay, pulse, stay. Hey, sticker guy, shout out to you. You rock. I'm planning to get back to you. I'll have to tell you all the stuff I've been up to, but I appreciate that you reached out, and I would love some help from you. Maybe we can set up a time. Love this perspective. Thank you. I appreciate it. They call it a premium service, but you pay for it. 18.5 cents. Hey, I don't remember where we started, but maybe that sounds higher than I was looking at earlier today when somebody was dumping. I chipped in some precious, freshly unstaked Hex of mine for the Daytona 500 car yesterday. I'm so glad we don't suffer from tragedy that commons in our community. Yo, shout out to you, Big Philly Steaks. That's an awesome username, and I love that you pitched in. I love that you're commenting here. And yeah, what an amazing thing. Victor, proposals are about gambling arm that exists within the human. I'll have to look that up. I might not understand what you're saying, but I would like to. Hey, this is a viewer I haven't seen in a long time. Shout out to you. I love these in-house discussions. What community has this big of a family table? Yeah, Good point. Thanks for commenting. I can't wait for a diecast Hex NASCAR. Yo, I was low-key thinking that as well. Instead of immature non-science of Hex, let's mash it out. Billy Bob, stake Hex. Joe Hexotic, I believe it's less than Ascend. Okay, that staking costs less gas than Ascend. Not much comparable. Okay, so maybe what I was thinking is it's in between sending ETH, which is 1/3 of the gas that it takes to send an ERC20. So it's in between those two, like the base cost for sending ETH and like the cost of sending an ERC20. Yo, like, wow. Thank you so much. Refined Hayseed Appalachian for your $500 super chat. That is amazing. Thank you so much. Tonight has been wild. Like, thanks everybody for the donations. Like, $500 is the maximum amount that you can do in a super chat on YouTube, and it helps like bring more new people because YouTube is seeing it as a profitable stream. And so thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. And you rock. So you're saying mash the keys. Dang, 500 again. You rock. Absolutely. Thanks to you and to Hex Monkey. You guys are leading by example. Felix says, thank you for your great work. Can you please talk about that guy that calculate how much liquidity for how much X Hex needs? Yeah, I think the person disappeared from Twitter because I was pretty sure I remembered their name, but I couldn't find them. So we need to check with our quants and like double check how to calculate it. It's a function of a square. And so we should be able to learn that. I was trying to calculate it on the last Quant Gang, but I wanted somebody to check my math. I would encourage people to reach out to like Whales Only and Gerardo. Like, I'll try to do the same, but everybody's super busy. So we'll have to like see if anybody in the community has the equation, or maybe we can reverse engineer it from those previous charts. The ETH gas fee of making new Hex stake is around the cost of Ascend. Of course, the ETH gas fee to end that stake in the future are likely very high. Correct. NASCAR is going to be awesome. Dudley, what's up? These super chats. Hex community rocks. Nice to see you again. Joshua M. Yo, Richard Hart is going down as the Charles Ponzi of cryptocurrency with these fake market caps him and his team put up, which is why CoinMarketCap won't list. I'm not sure how much you know about what allows CoinMarketCap to list things. They publish very detailed instructions, and I don't think that those are necessarily good for the ecosystem, considering that Binance owns CoinMarketCap and has an incentive to pump their own bags and to not encourage people to time lock their money, because then they can't make money off people trading because they didn't buy into Hex because they thought it was a scam. Well, I don't know that many people who have lost money in Hex, and I know a lot of people who have made a lot of money in Hex. So like, I'm not going to go over this right now. Like, you don't need to participate, dude. Don't need you. Yeah, I mean, like, Richard Hart is going to go down as like the benevolent billionaire that donated to medical research, that made thousands of millionaires already. Like, what person, like, there's only 100,000 people in a Hex. Like, what, 3% of people who've ever invested in Hex are already millionaires? Like, it's only 100. Like, tell me Bitcoin did that. It didn't. You should be careful with that. My sickness makes me demolish ISOC and then say, I'm sorry. Matt in Bali, hello. What's up? It's a community never seen before. There you go. Absolutely. $500 super chat. So kind from the Hexicans. That's right. That's right. Dylan Roth. Hex is amazing. I agree. Davin, loading Hex as we speak. 18.5 cents. People will gamble. Victor says he wants the space. Just give us an AMM bot to finish. I'm so lost, but thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Davin, so addictive. James Bond. I want to sponsor MotoGP team with Pulse Chain. Oh, wow. That'd be something. Do you think it's possible to get Richard Hart on a Joe Rogan podcast? Yeah, eventually. But when do you want that to happen? When like onboarding people is a penny, or when onboarding people is like $70? We got loose keys. Which token? Tell us K for K. Maybe we'll find out. Make it a feature. Hide your keys, hide your kids, hide your wives, hide your husbands, because they come in after every Hexican's money. Tin Top. Bernard, there are other causes besides sports. Support a battered women's shelter, orphanage, old folks home, etc. Yes, shout out to you. That's an excellent point. Thank you for saying that. Hexicans do that kind of stuff all the time behind the scenes. That is true. Hex Monkey. Sticker guy, please read your Twitter message. I saw your message on Telegram because I've got you pinned because you contributed so much to the Hex Conference. Hextravagant Taste. Maddie, you're actually better looking than that dog. You are too kind. Thank you. Cute puppy. What's up, Pulse Lord? Yo. How come K for K went quiet? I am not sure. I would be curious about that. I don't have any answer. I could go and look and see if K for K is still there for me. So K for K is still there and posted 2 weeks ago. I hope maybe so like YouTubers need a break. A lot of YouTubers like get hate messages and just like put all of their time and energy into it, and so it can be like an emotional roller coaster at times. Like I would literally read all my messages more easily if there weren't like, you know, like there wasn't negativity out there as much, but like it's can be exhausting sometimes, which is why like positive messages are so helpful. It could be, so I hope you didn't get like hidden from his channel. I don't think that you would, but how come K for K went quiet? Like maybe taking a break, maybe somebody else knows. Yeah, I can't say, but it'd be normal for YouTubers to like go in bursts, and you know, I can't speculate, or I just did, and like I don't have a certain answer. Help a charity, not a power company or a competing promise coin project. Stake your Hex. That's all you need for mad gains. Hex is the way. Shout out Tin Top. Welcome back. Admin keys. Let's discuss. What do you got? Is it paid shell? Not enough. Block me. No need to block people just yet. I haven't seen anything wrong. Robert, Maddie ALLin, have you spoke about liquid loans today? And if not, what are your thoughts on it for Hex? I don't know. I did an episode back a while ago, a couple months ago, but I didn't reach any conclusion. I was just asking questions. Maddie, you rock. My pleasure. Hey, what's going on? Mo Fit Meals by Monica. Welcome. Chris H. Go Maddie. Big Philly Steaks. Unbelievable, eh? First crowd funded sponsorship of NASCAR. Really? Really? All my Canadian buds here are stoked about this. Might have to take a day off of skiing on the 20th for the big race. Yo, that is something. Be broke, not poor. Bang, bang. Kareemism. Jamie Phipps. Love your work, Maddie. Hey, my pleasure. Diraj. Maddie, please stop smacking lips. It's like scratching blackboard to my ears. Well, then I'll have to stay hydrated. I'm like up here in the cold weather, y'all, and the air is really dry and it sucks, but I'll do my best to make it palatable to your ears, my friend. Yeah, stop being a human, Maddie. Diraj is entertaining the ladies right now and only lip smacking. Okay. What's up, Stormy? We are the best marketing department to ever exist. They will write college textbooks about Hexakin's DAO marketing. Ricky Spanish. Dude, Excalibur is dope. I love it there. Hey, I'm really glad. Here's the link for Omega 3, although you can probably get it. Tarnwig switched to flaxseed oil, Omega 3. Very good. Yes, that's beyond the basics. Good point. Omega 3s are found in fish, which have so much mercury in them, you can't even eat fish anymore. I have not taken my Omega 369 for weeks and weeks. Oh my God, I feel it. It helps the neurons and brain connectivity, I'm sure. Yep, you should all take your Omega 3 if you can. Helps me tremendously. Hex Monkey, get on it. That's right. These omegas originate in plants, algae, skip the fishy middlemen, get vegan 369. I like that. I think that the people who need omega 3 the most would have trouble finding a more rare version of it. So I've always recommended the more like common kind. But for a lot of people, they would just order it online so they'd be able to search for that. And a lot of people in the Hex community would probably have more money than the people I was trying to onboard to Omega 369 when I was working at the community mental health clinic that, you know, we specialized in serving people who were below the poverty line. So does Omega 369 fix ADHD? It can be very beneficial for ADHD. Affirmative. I did my master's thesis on ADHD. Decentralized omega 3s. JS, someone needs to create a trusted company that will manage keys and stakes to provide for inheritance to our children after we are gone. That might be able to be programmed into a smart contract. There's a way that I think I've outlined once before in one of my talks about how you could write a wrapped hex stake. You could write a contract that perpetually time locks it, and you can only take out the interest and not the principal, and you have to restake the principal in order to unlock the interest. And that could be built on top of Hex. If it was done by a trusted developer and we reviewed the code and took our time, we could get some generational wealth going there. Richard Hart said he was going to pay devs $175,000. That's not going to get the attention of a good dev. Maybe, maybe not. He needs to step his game up for real. I mean, I like that Richard doesn't overpay. Like, he is looking for people who are loyal, who understand the vision. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know who his main devs are. I've seen a couple of them, maybe. I mean, maybe not. He wants to step up his game even outside of like hiring devs. So I think he will. I'm not sure when. If RH is not here, who will do this for him? Keep the price going up. It's not necessary. It's a new paradigm to think that like things won't go wrong without intervention, but there's a balance and the balance is working. So did you guys hear Crypto Heartbeat compare the D-bag from Liquid Loans to Richard? LOL, talk about paid for. Really? What stream was that? I might have to look that up. Hex lives with or without RH. It's 100% complete, immutable on the blockchain with multiple front ends. Oh, there's a gentleman who is on Crypto Heartbeat. What is Maddie talking about now? I'm not sure because that was back then. How am I like an hour behind in chat? Loans are going to get you liquidated, guaranteed. That's why a group of used car salesmen are selling it. They can't dev their way out of a paper bag. He can talk for hours smartly, even better than Ty Lopez. Who? Me? That'd be cool. In 2 years, Pulse is $1, I have to say. That would be very cool. I also like your logo there. Richard Hart is a boss. Get liquidated loans? No thanks. $1 for Pulse is okay with me, and 50 cents for Pulse X. Good night, Tarnwig. Someone popped. Okay. Maddie is very good at getting back to you. I would not say I'm good at it. I'm okay, maybe. Did he just say the physical coin? Yes. Talking about the cold storage coin here. It's a product that helps people understand crypto and can help if you have a family member that doesn't want to get in and you want to gift them $50 or $100 worth, be the right, for me, the right amount of risk. Love you, Maddie. Hey, shout out to you, Stormy. Thank you. Woohoo. Hey, Maddie, Crypto B04, Hex 19. Check your parentheses. Move left, then correct. There you go. Maddie, I used the cold storage coin when I had Litecoin. I had no problem when I took my coins off, and the procedure was pretty simple. That's the only coin I used it for. There you go, Melv Tony. Right on. The only Juanito. Thank you, Maddie, for taking your mental health skills to the masses. Bravo. My pleasure. And thanks for saying that. Melv Tony, 18.5 cents. Nico, good day, Maddie. Just in live for a bit. Loving the chat. I appreciate it. Thanks. Thanks for commenting. Art, good to see your name pop up here again. And thanks for being a member of the channel. Thanks for getting this information out. My pleasure. And also shout out to Sir Edwards Trichome, hashtag TYRH. Also, thank you for being a member of the channel. Who is selling at what price? Excellent question. I believe it to be rhetorical, I think. Let's see. I agree with you about wrapped stakes. However, I'm curious what would change your mind about them. If you're not trading them, if you're not trading staked hex, there's a lot you can do with wrapped stakes. The example we just went over, making a generational wealth stake where you can't, like, that would be a cool product to build on top of hex. Be like, you can't ever sell the principal. You have to restake it in order to get the interest out. That's possible to program on the blockchain. And I believe I think I'm the first person who talked about how you would make it possible, because you would write the contract. So in order to pay the gas to get the interest out, you would have to pay the gas to restake for the same duration that you started with. So if you did a 5-year stake, when it comes out in 5 years, then you could pay the gas for both restaking and taking out the interest at the same time. So I bought 20K Hex yesterday and not sure if I should buy again today or wait till next week. I can't tell you because I don't know the future, but shout out to you for getting in. It's outstanding. Pulse X lead, 999,400,000. We're getting there. Make sure you're staked. Someone bought Pulse Chain for 2.1 ETH and 2.2 ETH yesterday and today. Wow, that's interesting. The people are still contributing to that one, even though the sacrifice rate is so bad. Richard said that there are some people who maybe were confused and donating to the wrong one. Only hand wash or have someone do it for you. Stake it ASAP. Why Richard withdraw 220 ETH from Pulse Chain yesterday? The ETH has been moved out of there consistently across time. So it's been happening all along. That ETH has been traded for stablecoins mostly. So that's something we've seen before. Why? Can't say, because I don't know. He doesn't say because he doesn't want people to have expectations. It's like when you go to the store or when you go to a restaurant and you pay for something, you don't ask where the money went because it's not your money anymore. Excellent things are coming. I got my concerns answered through live chat on PulseX. I'm satisfied with the answer. I'm very glad. Okay, now I'm starting to think I know. Maybe you were talking about the buy and burn of PulseX and why it couldn't be automated, even though in the beginning, Richard was promoting the idea that it could. And I think I even had some concerns that I never really talked about, but a lot of people are thinking the same thing in the community, probably who have the same knowledge or kind of the similar understanding of crypto. I think like it's a problem if you get malicious forks is one case. I can't remember the exact reason why Richard said it doesn't work. I just know that he said you can't automate it, and it kind of makes sense that you can't. Max ROI does not ratchet up the t-shirt rate. The mechanism does not work like that. I think I explained that nuance partially. Again, I would have people refer to the contract. I would hope, Maddie, that you at least update your opinion on wrapped hex stakes. They are a reality now, and we are all going to see how they work in the real world if the market likes the product. Richard has said no. The creator of the most recent wrapped hex stake thing said that he would pull the plug if Richard said it would be bad for the ecosystem. Richard more or less said that. People forget that you can be forked out of the system if you do bad behavior. And so like, if you're not understanding that, like the whole point of Hex is to time lock and have a truth engine. And if you don't do that and you sell stakes and that hurts the buying pressure. I mean, RH said he doesn't want competing ticker symbols. That's another way to put it simply. It's an anti-pumpamental. It's a dumpamental. I just came up with that. It's a dumpamental. So if you don't understand the difference between a pumpamental and a dumpamental, then I don't know. Maybe the OA will fork you out. Anybody who interacts with wrapped hex stakes, maybe they will be forked out. So all of the hex associated with your account won't count anymore. I don't think that that's likely, but I almost think that that's fair, as odd as that sounds. There's a reason why the OA is advantageous, and it's because it can protect us in certain situations. So if there is ever any confusion about what real hex is, I would hope that people who listen to this channel and who listen to RH and who think critically are able to understand the difference between time locking something and being able to sell it at any time you want. And there's like more stuff that I'm not saying publicly that's like FUD, just because FUD gets worked out. So when there's more people to back me up here, we can talk about it more. And that's my opinion. Like, change my mind. Like, give me some new information. You know, I'm putting my voice out there. And something I meant to say earlier, like, I've spent more hours studying what everybody is talking about in that space than people have heard me speak on it, because I've spoken on it for about 5 hours, I'd say, live, maybe a little bit longer if you go all the way back to like the episodes where I talk about encapsulated hex stakes, when we had that debate 8 or 9 months ago and Kareem and I disagreed. And now, as far as I know, like Dev Ruth, Dev Kyle, Future Us, and Richard all back me up. And then influencers like Hexologist, RG3, Kinetics. So, I mean, why don't you come and tell me where I'm wrong? Because I don't know. I don't know if I can help, but the reason I'm willing to like continue and to like say something unpopular, well, it's popular now, but the reason why I'm willing to like speak against some people is just because I care and I have an interest to like make sure Hex does well. Like, it's my reputation is on the line. So if somebody's trying to attack, I mean, if somebody's trying to attack Hex, like, it's my job to say something. Sucks. It's not my favorite part of my job that I signed up for. Holy crap, the ratcheting up is still not understood even by the OGs. Like, okay, well, again, educate me or stop telling me what I do and don't know, because your name is new. So wish we can find a forum for open ignorance to learn from more knowledgeable immediate sources. God, give us Web3 for people to talk and trust. Ratcheting up. Hex News. That's where you can find Richard normally posts, like if he has a stream that he does on another channel. I wonder how T-shares on the testnet have ratcheted up so fast. Good question. Maddie, I started cryptocurrency in April 2013, you in 2017, and yet you're much smarter than me. Great work. Thank you so much. I have had a lot of great people to learn from, and I've been blessed to have this as a hobby that was really like needed in my life. When I was learning back in 2017, I was spending a lot of time trying to make sense of stuff and testing stuff out. I would just encourage you, to like, to listen to some different Hex streamers. There's the website HexStreamers.com. And that's like the TV guide where you can hear from all the different people and learn as much as you can. You might get up to speed quicker than I did or quicker than other people did, because there are so many people here that are spitting truth. At the same time, I'm like, I continue to binge on content and try to understand more and more. So I appreciate we're all learning together, and I think it helps me to broadcast, to teach what I've learned and cement it. My in-laws look at me with funny eyes because I don't buy a big home. There you go. Hey, Maddie, how's it going? Don't get scammed. Avoid the fakes. Stake your hex and earn mad rates. Slow and steady wins the race. Your future self will make my case. Hey, I really appreciate the rhyme, the poetry you got going on. Very cool. Very cool. And on point. Are you getting enough sleep, bro? I don't think so. I woke up very early this morning to go work out with my 87-year-old friend. And so I tried to take a nap, but I couldn't. I will get caught up. I'll see what I can do. Thanks for your concern. I think the system is built by a satanic cult. Do you know it? Do you know that the earth is flat? With all respect for your work. I try not to comment on things that are divisive and off topic, but that's just me. Meme coin. Okay. Not that interested. So if you sacked 10K, the 10K is 100% loss for tax purposes. Depends on your tax jurisdiction. There's a difference between like a loss and what your cost basis is. Binance and CMC are fraudulent actors. Hex is gatekept there. Yes. JDR Pro. How many tickets are left for Vegas? There's, I think, I'm seeing like 100 and 120 tickets left, but there's like 50 to 100 speakers, and I don't know if they've all gotten tickets yet. So that's out of the 600 total. And more people buy when it gets closer, not less. So we're getting there. And that's with like zero pumping from our age. And like I haven't been really asking that many people to get the word out about it. Like when people talk about it, they don't even necessarily tell people where to get tickets and stuff. So I think it's going super well. I would love to go to Vegas from Scandinavia, but need to invest more money. Yeah. I mean, we're going to keep doing more and more Hex conferences. So it's, if I was new, I would keep investing. Buying a ticket to the first or second Bitcoin conference was always a bad idea. I'm sorry, I worry about everything. I mean, well, okay, right on. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's weird if you're new to hear, oh, all of a sudden the buy and burn isn't going to be automatic anymore, because that was one of the things people were the most excited about. So no worries. Oh, was there somebody named Victor who went on Gerardo's stream as the dev? I haven't caught up on that one yet. So maybe that is where I'm missing the context. Victor is a website dev, not AMM dev. Okay. I need to offsite many wallets for crypto insurance away from my domicile. Go make this world an amazing place. With best regards, Extravagant Taste. Hey. Make sure you will be able to access those wallets in case of emergency if you plan to keep them offsite. Biden's executive order. What about it? A lot of people talking about it, but offsite vaults that have redemption percentages for me with keys need to spread wealth out to build security around myself. There's a method called Shamir's secret sharing method, and it teaches you how to separate your private seed words. So you can make like, so using 2 out of 3 pieces, you're able to reconstruct the full list of words. So you can look that up and go about it carefully. Never share your seed words with anyone, even if they're impersonating me or somebody else that you trust. That's a major way to improve your security so there's no single point of failure. Although it is in some ways increasing your security risk a little bit, it is highly recommended. Maddie, watch Coffee's Rags to Riches, Felix, and Victor video. I think it will help with your confusion, up to speed, and understand Victor in gambling. Coders, I think, the best on earth. Okay, yeah, thank you for letting me know. I will make a note of it. I appreciate Crypto Coffee. I love that he's blowing up these days. I've been tuning into more of his streams. He's doing an awesome job. Shout out to him. Cold storage coin link. Cold storage coins plural.com. Moon Lambo. We're a bunch of something, but I love it. You're on the team. Welcome. We don't know how things are going to work until the code is written and reviewed publicly and Richard weighs in on it and other trusted devs. How do I spread wealth to retain my own security? So the Shamir secret sharing method is definitely the way to go. Okay, this is a super complicated description. I would not recommend starting here, but I'm going to drop it anyway, just because this is the first thing that came up and I don't have something prepared for this, but that's like how you spell it. Oh, here's something that's probably way better. Yeah, here we go. A beginner's guide. Yes, here we go. This is maybe even too complicated, but here's like a Medium article about it as well that looks like, okay, I haven't reviewed this all the way, and I don't really like answering security questions. Like, you really need to do your own research on this. I have not had a chance to like review the articles that I just shared. What I did is I split my seed words up, and I was very careful about doing it, and I checked it a million times and needs to be careful. How does the little guy act like a big guy? Shamir's secret sharing method. It's where you write down 2/3 of the words. So you split the 12 or 24 words into 3 groups, and then you put 2 of the groups on each piece of paper, to where if you have 2 out of 3 of the pieces of paper, you can reconstruct the full set of words. Tell me how OA can fork out a bad actor. Not sure we have time to get into that. I appreciate the questions, guys, but I am Well, I'm starting to catch up here. How can the OA fork out a bad actor? Well, Richard or the OA or Richard noticing what the OA is doing, like promoting that strategy, could tell everybody, hey, we're forking this to fork out all the people who are trading wrapped hex that's not real hex. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so we're gonna have hopefully people on the channel who can explain that at great detail, coming from multiple people, because I've already explained it before. I think money is a confidence game. Our digitally trusted made up money is better than the central bank's made up money. Both can exist, but ours is better. Still going strong. How does a guy with lots of money who is stupid about big money get it through the bottleneck to the promised land of many bank? How many credit unions do I put it? I mean, that's kind of a question of how you personally manage your money, and I can't tell you how to do that. I can't tell you how much money to put into what, like credit unions, because you're going to have to do your own risk assessment and take your own risks. To, like, get educated about big money. Keep asking that question to a lot of people. That's a good place to start. Can someone bring me up to speed? No, like rewind, go on 2x. Everybody who's been listening consistently, like, you know, they need to have a flow without too much repeat. Otherwise people tune out, and they deserve like to not get duplicate material just because you came in late. But shout out to you, Purple, you rock. This is, yeah, like banks. So like having a relationship with your bank is good. Like having your bank understand where the money's coming from makes it less suspicious. Not cashing out too much all at once is like good. So then like some people keep their money in USDC for a while and then they bring it into the fiat system. Like that's another place to keep it. It's like in crypto, like on MetaMask, on USDC, that still has like a little bit of risk. But again, if you're not using coin mixers and stuff, which may be illegal now in your jurisdiction or not, then that's where it's at. All my money is stuck. It's too big. Okay. I mean, like, you could ask more specific questions, like in the voice chat on Telegram, maybe, and like, again, like ask other streamers what they do and what their advice is. Yeah. There's a place for wrapped stakes, particularly for people over 70. Old folks would be extremely resistant to staking 15 without wrapped stakes option. Having that option would encourage me to go 5, 5, 5, 5. People live longer than they think they will. People who aren't going to serve the time should not promise to do so. The system cannot handle unlimited optionality. Just because we want something or because it's like a cool story doesn't mean that the game theory holds up. Like, so it's like, it's a bad idea. Like Richard and like all the other people I named, like they agree that it's a bad idea, but I think we need more explanation on this channel. And I am no longer willing to like be the only person who's doing deep dives into the reasons, because it's a difficult topic to cover. So that's why we need more people to come on, and why I'm not going to be the only person talking about it. Like I was the first person to like go into this like 9 months ago, and I've been very consistent, and I've asked a lot of people. I'm still accepting new information. So like, I appreciate that you're trying to give me new information by making the case for people who are over 70. But if you're over 70, like, just because you're over 70 doesn't mean you should break Hex. Like, just stake short or don't stake. Like, get the awesome price appreciation. Like, is that not enough? Are like the mad gains from just holding liquid like not enough for people? Is it, are people not being like, why do people want to steal the APY from people who are being honest in the system and like ruin the buy pressure on the primary asset? Like, this is, I need more information. Thanks, Maddie. Great work. Right on. Good vibes. I staked 20K yesterday and got T-shirts. We'll buy again now. There you go. 2 T-shirts. Yeah, nice. Extravagant taste. If I needed 100K to borrow, will I get 100K when I sell? I don't know. Maddie, could you save me the rewind to the stream for now? I'm not going to simplify it into like a soundbite after I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Like, this is not a stream about that, even though I may have touched on it for a second. You need to hear the whole talk. Otherwise, it's not fair to the ideas as they are presented. Richard said no competing ticker symbols. The creator of that project said that if Richard wasn't down for it, then they would pull the plug. So I'm assuming that they're pulling the plug or that they're not telling the truth, because Richard did comment on it publicly and said it was a bad idea. Like, that's not where the argument ends for me. Like, that people need the why. And Richard didn't go into it. Like, that's as much as he wanted to talk about it. So like, all I can do, I can tell you the history. I can try to get people to come on who like have personally been telling me, or I've heard what they've said before. So we can have a discussion as long as people are respectful. And then, it's really cool game theory, but it hurts Hex. So go back to the drawing board. The reason I asked about it, if talked about oppression, yeah, definitely delay in the chat. Like it's really important for us to discuss, because we're going to keep running into the problem, because the entire environment that Hex is in is not long-term. And so the question is, are we going to change Hex to be less long-term thinking, or are we going to force people to change themselves and then to change the entire monetary environment? For me, I would love if Hex changes the world, not Hex becomes another example of where we could have done better and then we gave up or we compromised. Like, it's not necessary. We don't like, the mad gains are enough. They're enough. The people who've been in for 2 years have survived 80% dips. We deserve it. We deserve the mad gains. And the people who are getting in later, everybody deserves mad gains, but you have to buy the ticket and you have to ride the ride. And, that's it. That's what it is. And if we don't agree that that's what it is, then we've got a problem. So we really need people to understand very deeply why, so that everybody's on the same page as much as possible. And then it's going to keep coming up. It is. Crypto Guy Hex, what's up? And we're live. What's up, Maddie? Yo. What's up, Frank? And I'm back. I don't have a problem with them launching. I really don't see a demand for it. Well, there's a lot of things we could say, like it's fine, it won't get adoption, this and that. But at the end of the day, I really think it's worth it to save as many people as we can. There are some people that can't be saved. And then there are going to be some situations where if we don't try to save people, they will ruin the thing that we've created because they might have a more profitable model that steals value from other people. And if we don't define what is Hex and like draw a line around that, is like not tradable shares, then in my opinion, we deserve to have the price of Hex be doomed forever. If we don't do our part, this is not a free ride. It's not a free ride. This is not a free ride. It seems like it, but somebody has to hold the line. And it's not Richard's job. It's a community thing. I tend to distrust Hex cash grab projects. I'd love to see more. For now, I'm a non-believer. I have no idea, not involved in the thing at all. Do not fall for third-party products, Hexicans. Who would buy besides the borrowers that need to repay to get their Hex stakes back? People who want to play the game. People buy things because they're bored, because even if they don't have a use case, even if they have a fatal flaw, even if they hurt other things, like people buy things to catch up. People buy things because they're jealous and they want a shortcut and they're short-term thinking. Now, I didn't say that about anybody specific. I'm speaking in generalities. I'm not speaking about any specific person or project, okay? I'm just saying in general, who would buy things that are not Hex is all those people I just named. Thank you. I watched a couple of their live streams. Nobody talks about that. Just say you don't comprehend it at all. No. I don't know who you are, but I'm the person who's been on screen for hours and hours and hours explaining things and teaching people and waiting for somebody to change my mind. So I've done hours of research. I've talked to the people who created Hex, to the people who created the bridge, to the people who created a front end for Hex. Who have you talked to? Not very smart if you're trading Hex stakes. I mean, okay. Staker app referral payouts work. I have no idea. I don't work for Staker app. I use my Staker app referral link very, very, very sparsely. Last time I checked, I had like $10 worth of payouts, and that was months ago, and they didn't. And that was back when I used it more. Like I would mention it here and there. I think I've actually mentioned it here and there recently, less than a handful of times. But again, like nobody gets a $10 payout, and I'm not sure how they were even doing that. They didn't have a plan. Like they didn't know how they were going to do payouts yet. Last time I checked. Yeah, no, I don't think I should go into details because I don't work for Staker, and my co-host for Quant Gang works for Staker. I'm consider myself like in between acquaintances and friends with Steph. We spent some time together, but no, I no, that's not my, it's not my thing. How did the referral pay? Like, go read about it. It's like they changed it since they decided like how it might work. And yeah, that's not. Well said, Maddie, regarding wrapped steaks. I also think there should be a pricey penalty for people opting to sell a wrapped hex steak, assuming they become a thing. I don't think they can become a thing. I think as soon as that happens, then Richard and the whales and the sharks and everybody else who understands hex, like, move against it. And it kind of weirds me out that Steak Wrap is talking about doing it. So I'm not with that either, just to be clear. Like, I'm against that. Shout out to you, Maddie. Thank you for your reply. See you in Vegas. Meet at the Penthouse. Yo, yo, yo. Purple hosted a place for us to stream that was really great and was an awesome host. So thank you for the last, new to me that he might pull the plug. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's something I heard him say, but there are like hours and hours and hours of him talking that I've seen. So I can't tell you where I saw it, but sure, I'm not the only one who heard it. Maybe I can do a stream about how wrapped hex sticks would destroy hex. Yeah, I mean, the more we can educate people, the better. Yeah, I mean, Richard has always said that, like, if you don't agree with something, you don't have to cover it, because then you're serving up a percentage of your audience that like can't help themselves. I'm going to do whatever I want, which is like, I'm going to try to bring up the issues. If anybody has like is able to leave a comment in the live stream to give me a good read, like, I've made my opinion very clear in public, and like I've got a lot of people who agree with me, who I consider to be smart, like thought leaders in the space. So like, I'm not really sure, like, it doesn't seem to really be a question in my mind. So maybe somebody could present an argument that is logical. I mean, it's actually, it's very simple to me. So I'm willing to like have the topic discussed on my shows, even though it could be bad for some users. I'm willing to do it, even though it's like not good energy for me. I feel a responsibility to cover it as needed, but I don't like, I have people on who are not agreed with. Like, Wales quit Quanking because I had Clay Collins on to understand why he was changing his calculation for the hex market cap on Nomics. Like, I've done my part. I've taken my hits. I've taken my beatings for having people on who I wanted to have on. And I don't want to have people on who like can't even make a good argument in the live chat. So that's the bar. Richard streams with people who have an audience. I will stream with people who make good points. Maddie is correct. Because of the staking parameters, it causes the person holding the stake to act according, which is actually in their benefit. It's win-win. There will be lots of sellers I don't know who the buyers are. Y'all taking orders again for Vegas? There you go. So what was your argument against encapsulated stakes? Those that won with Hex deserve to keep the gains? Longer pays better. Go read the economics audit of Hex. Longer has to pay better than shorter. And all the new Hex coins need to be paid to the people who are time locking according to how long they're time locking. That's the game theory of Hex. That's the pumpamental. That's what causes the balance between the price appreciation and the T-share price, and incentivizes people to hold for longer. There you go. I asked on stream and he did not have an answer for why it is right for a 1-year staker to get the 15-year APY. Because of optionality. That's not a good enough reason. But wouldn't the native minters overwhelm you with their sells? Could be. Good question for their Sunday staker stream. Good point. Do they do that live though? I can't remember. I usually catch it on a replay, but that's a good idea. I'm going to try to catch them on Sunday. Thanks for the great content. Greetings from Sweden. This is a Hex stream. There you go. Preach. Maddie is not a furu. So refreshing. Thank you, D. Thank you, D. You can only get T-shares if you stake with your Hex. Correct. I just want you to know from my perspective that you are doing such a great job for the Hex community. Big fan of QuantGang, as you know. Thanks for everything. Thank you very much, Mel Tony. I appreciate it. I know you're a longtime viewer. You're active in the chat, and I appreciate you. It's better. Okay, so here's a fun one. It's better to sell an encapsulated Hex stake than to emergency end stake. That's one argument. No, because you're not protecting yourself from yourself, and you're hurting the buy pressure on the real Hex, and you're making fake Hex or derivative plays or paper Hex that does not follow the rules of Hex, although it pretends to the point that it's counterfeiting. You're counterfeiting. That's not going to work. You can't cheat the system. Try to cheat the system and see what happens. I was saying that Hex is the way about discussing. There you go. Right on. Appreciate you clarifying. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, it was recorded, so I don't know. I don't think I recorded it. I might have. I don't think I did. I think it was on a really public stream. I mean, like I said, I listened to hours and hours, so, and I didn't have to, right? Like, I just did that because I was curious. It's human nature to want to make better things, but when something like Hex is already so good, it doesn't have much room for improvement. Leave it alone so it keeps doing what it does. We like it. Yes. There are tons of ways to take the skills that these programmers have and to put them to good use. Make a perpetual T-share. Like that's the next thing I want to see. And I can't tell people what to do with their time and energy and resources, but like, break down that project that has so many moving pieces into like one thing even, and not so many different things. Like, it doesn't seem responsible in my mind. It's like, try to launch so much untested game theory all at once. It's just, especially when it's known to not be good. Some people need the flexibility to be able to sell a stake instead of EES. On the other hand, people like me would buy that stake. No, the system is not flexible on purpose. It's a feature, not a bug. You have to change your behavior. You have to delay gratification if you want to get paid out the same as people who do. You can't have your cake and eat it too, and eat everybody else's cake all at the same time. Hex was not designed for that. And in my opinion, the people who hold the majority of Hex probably understand that. And so the new person is only going to be led astray if they try to break the rules. If you try to counterfeit Hex, if you try to trick the smart contract to do malicious things that hurt Hex, as I've discussed very simply, buying other ticker symbols that compete with Hex, as RH would say, like, it's designed how it is for a reason. And if you change it, then it no longer is. If you add this optionality, then it no longer continues to be the same thing. And that would be a shame, because Hex is a good thing. Conrad Zen said Hedron is well done, but for the wrong asset. This is in agreement with Maddie saying it will ruin the APY for people using Hex normally. And it will ruin the buy pressure, which will hurt the price, which will break the game theory of Hex. Although the game theory can be repaired easily by forking people out who did the counterfeiting. So there you go. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Poseidon's only. Conrad Zen did say something favorable about it, but said keep it out of our ecosystem. Keep it away from Hex and don't do it. That's another well-respected person who spoke out against it. Okay, so you're saying that, so you're then making the argument that being able to move a stake is helpful to security. Again, like, you don't shoot and kill the golden goose, like, so that nobody else can have the golden goose. Like, you have to take care of the golden goose in the first place. Otherwise, you don't deserve the golden eggs. So, like, you can't have it both ways. You can't have, and like, yeah, security isn't perfect. Like, yay, we found something to worry about. But like, just because there's something to worry about does not mean that you ruin the good thing that is making the world a better place by changing your behavior to delay gratification. Like, that is the point of Hex, is to change your behavior to delay gratification. And if we can live in a world where everybody's doing that, that would make the world a better place. But if we cheat the system, that is continuing the shitty system that we have. And it does not make the world a better place. It makes the world a worse place. So just because something can go wrong because you can't transfer your Hex stake does not mean that that is a bug. That is a feature. It means you have to be careful. You have to change your behavior. You have to be secure. It's up to you. You can't have it both ways. You can't get away from the legacy system and live in a perfect, fantasy world. Stay away from non-audited shenanigans, folks. The fans are praising its encouragement of max length stakes, but we don't want so many long stakes that the APY goes too far down for everybody. They're not, it's not the same thing. It's not a max length stake if you can sell it at any time. So real 15-year stakes, they allow the fundamentals to occur because it makes the hex more rare. But if people are selling discounted hex that's wrapped and cheating the system, and they can sell it at any time, but they're getting the APY for 15 years, we have bigger problems than they're stealing the APY from people who deserve it. They're ruining the price. They're ruining the buy pressure. I'm new, but I really like your job. You are real. I have 2 questions. Go ahead and ask. Thank you. The real question is it worth the experiment? No, it's not worth it. The Hex APY has always been variable, 3.69 to 69%. It's a great narrative, but in execution, I don't know. Yeah, the real problem when you're launching a coin is like, who do you give it to? And everybody who's tried every different way, like people don't have a full understanding of where the community's gotten scammed before, because RH and other leaders in the community, they like don't tell you about all the scams because they don't want to be the reason you find out about it and like get scammed. So it's an imperfect world. I still respect your work. Remember, I'm a Hexican too. Thank you. Mateo, keep up the good work, Maddie. You're a great psychologist and a very hard worker. We all love what you're doing here. You have some of the most unique content in the game. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Shout out to you. So we need to protect hex stickers from themselves. Who decides which of us decide what can be built and what cannot? You, Maddie? No. Obviously not. I have very little say in it. But yeah, I would listen to the people who created Hex that went up faster and higher than any other crypto in history. That's who I would listen to. I would listen to the winners. That's who I would listen to the winners. That's who I would listen to. And everybody's going to decide for themselves, and then people are going to get forked out of the system if they create too many problems. Like, I love the idea of people like, oh yeah, we'll just free claim this and then like see how it works out. That's risky in a lot of ways. So I mean, Hex, you can't change longer pays better in Hex. You can't change that. You can't change the time locking part. If you change it, like you got a clever way to change it, I mean, that's not acceptable. Go make perpetual stake contract as a product. Yes, I've said that multiple times on previous streams, and it's technically possible. Have to see the DeLorean in real life. That thing is wicked. Keep up the good work. Hey, shout out to you. I hope you do get to see it and come out to our events. So much for being honest to the code. Yeah. Logically thinking another ticker is probably not going to want to pump Hex. Just my thoughts. Where can I send, for example, a good print screen, which is funny because it concerns gas fees, which they suggested to me on ETH. I think you or Richard could have used it for one of their tweets. Yeah, like build your own audience, like tweet it out, tag people in it. My Twitter is at Matty ALLin, MATIALLIN. Just leave Hex the F alone. Yeah, see, idea. Okay, somebody already said that. Idea, go make a perpetual stake contract as a finished audited product. Devs get a percentage. Exactly. Talk that shit, Manny. Make the world a better place. Delay gratification. Hex price is discouraging. I bought 100 days ago at 32 cents. Not going to lie. Shout out to you, Curtis King. Yeah, we've all been there. Look at the price chart. Look at the dips. We've all been there. Eddie, Maddie, thanks for being a custodian of the original and authentic values of what Hex is about. I read the white paper, and one of the wrap stake proposed projects, and it's obvious it's not fit for purpose. Thanks for saying that. Appreciate it. Super Hex. Yeah, people should plan accordingly and build staking ladders and keep some liquid Hex in case of an emergency. I highly recommend that, and I'm so glad you brought that up because I did not actually make that point. But that is how many of us deal with the ups and downs and, you know, the pain of time locking. Time locking is supposed to be painful. That's why it pays so well. Just say no to other projects. Let's go Hex. These people just don't understand. Obviously it doesn't end because it transfers ownership, but it's not the same as a Quattro Cinco Hex stake because it's transferable. So that makes it not. Like logic, I'm talking logic. I'm not talking about like what's possible on Ethereum. I'm not talking about how you can trick the Hex smart contract in the short term. But if you, I would not go anywhere near messing with the people in Hex. Like, there's a lot of military people in Hex. I do not advocate any kind of harm be done to anybody, and I don't like suggesting it at all. But like, I'm just throwing that out there. Like, I would not fuck with people's money in Hex. Like, I would not, because obviously the people creating this like have to know what they're doing. I don't know. Maybe they don't. Maybe they believe maybe they're drinking their own Kool-Aid. Yeah. I'm new. I can be okay with them keeping the price down. Yeah, no. You don't want Hex to be broken, even if you're new. It's too good. Good one. Second question about the NFT. Will Richard and Hexkins also do some marketplace for this? I don't know. Richard spoke about it. I can't remember now. In the past couple weeks. I'm sorry, I don't remember. If RH updates his worldview, then that'd be cool. Yeah, I would love that. I don't enjoy conflict in the community. I would love to be wrong, honestly. I think that there are a lot of good uses for wrapping stakes without trading them. Okay. People making predictions. Shout out to people who have been with me for 4 hours. I did not plan to stream this long, but you know. Thank you. Greetings from Poland. Shout out. Well said, Maddie. My pleasure. No. Okay. All right. You're done. Will Pulse Chain cut down on the fees? Yeah, that wasn't a veiled threat. I thought I was pretty clear about that. I'm proud of myself for putting up with somebody who disagreed with me for so long. And I don't know. It's my channel. It's my channel. And again, like, it's up to me, like, it's like real life. If I don't want to talk to you, I'm going to walk away. Like, what, like, go talk somewhere else. Go, like, poison other people's minds. Yes, Pulse Chain will significantly cut down on the fees to end a hex stake. You'll be able to end it for a penny, I imagine. Excellent question, Curtis. Thanks for asking. It's getting late. I'm so glad I finally caught up. People who bought a top are thirsty for side product to speed up what they think are gains. They think people made life-changing money in a couple months. Takes time, folks. Time. Time. They should go shill that somewhere else. If it's not an RH project, it's high risk. Okay, well, I heard it much more recently than that. It was in the past month. It was in the past, probably the past 3 weeks. So yeah, I can see if I recorded it. I record like some things that are relevant. Yeah, I mean, he could probably go delete it and find it faster than I could, but I'm not saying he will. Yeah. Hex is about scarcity. Unwrapping stakes is the opposite of locking up. Yeah. If people don't understand that, then you're probably a bad actor. So shout out to you, Purple. Kyler, sticking around 4 hours. Dang, time flies. Great stream. Thank you. Appreciate you for being on. Right on. Okay, well, like I said, people can disagree with me, but be way more respectful and don't go too far. Too many OGs selling out fast to other projects. Got to wonder what incentivized them. Yeah. There you go. Does Pulse Chain have potential for gas fees to crazy inflate like Ethereum did? Yeah, it does in years, maybe not right away. Okay, see you next year in Vegas. I'm out. The OA will not fork anybody out, but I'm out after your response to this comment. Well, last comment. So there we go. Thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate it. You can hit the like button if you feel like it. I think overall we're in a really good place as a community. I think that things naturally divide larger communities, but at the end of the day, like, we can all do our best to stay positive, to help more people learn about the benefits of Hex and why it's gone up so much. And whether you've been in it and you have confirmation bias, or you think you're a genius in crypto just because you made some money, or just because, like, somebody told you a cool story, that's great. But at the end of the day, like, everybody in crypto needs to understand what they're talking about or suffer the consequences. And when that affects other people, then we always get a good debate. So at the end of the day, I hope that everybody can walk away and appreciate that mental health is important, that delaying gratification is great, and that that the Hex community is different than many others. And so shout out to all of you for making that possible. I was not planning to stream for 4 hours and 9 minutes, but I really enjoyed the time tonight. So it would not have been possible without you. This has been I think the longest episode of Hex Therapy ever, almost. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play, what outro am I going to play? I'm going to play an old school outro for Hex Therapy, and then we'll see you again next week on Tuesday for Quant Gang. and then maybe do some special streams from Austin, Texas next week. All right. Take care, everybody. Stake wisely, my friends, and get your Vegas tickets and sacrifice wisely, and peace out. All right, peace out, everyone.